You are listening to About to Fall, The Alexander Family, Book 3, written by Brooke St. James, narrated by Christina Traister, audio production copyright 2024. Chapter 1. Logan Lacey, Seattle, Washington, 7 years ago. Logan was a broken mess. He hit rock bottom a while back and he was definitely still there. He was literally lying on rocks at the moment, pebbles and pavement. He had moved to Seattle with big dreams of becoming a singer in a band, and he was homeless, hungry, and strung out on drugs and alcohol when an older woman named Rita Alexander found him on a street corner. "You've got a guitar here. Why aren't you playing it?" she asked. Logan barely heard her ask the question. He was on his side, curled up, thinking about where he could get money.
"You want to buy it?"
he asked.
No. It's not for sale. I changed my mind. It's not for sale, but I do need some money. I have a job coming up. I'm starting a new job and I need money to get some better clothes.
It was a lie. But Logan glanced up at the lady, hoping and praying she'd buy it and give him some money. He made a face that meant to let her know he was trustworthy. "Do you think you might need some medical attention?" she asked, stooping down and looking at him like she was concerned.
"No, I need $20,
he said. He sat up, even though he had a terrible stomachache. His head was pounding too. "You are bleeding," she said. She pointed at his arm, and Logan glanced down at the area in question.
"It's nothing. It's from the other day. I'm about to get all that off when I start my job. I just need to get some new clothes so I don't show up there looking like this."
The lady was already stooping, and she bent down even further. She let out a delicate little groan as she sat down next to him. Logan was filthy, and he knew it. Even in his dazed state, he had an awareness that she was clean and well taken care of, and a stark contrast to him.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, sitting up more fully and giving her a sideways glance. She didn't answer. She was too busy sitting next to him on the sidewalk. She made herself comfortable next to him and rested her back against the building like she didn't have anywhere else to go. "I'm sitting down for a moment," she said, finally. She glanced at him with a smile. "Do you mind?"
"Not really. It's a free country."
"Yes, it is," she agreed, still not looking at him. She sat there, propped against the wall, taking in his surroundings and looking at things from his vantage point. She smelled like perfume, and Logan knew it was odd that she chose to sit on the ground, but he was too out of it to care. He was feeling sick and he needed a drink, but he had no money. "So, tell me about this job you're starting," she said. He stayed silent for a moment. She was simply too kind for Logan to lie.
"I'm not,"
he said, honestly.
"If I say I need money to get food, you're going to tell me that the soup kitchen has free food. The job thing is a lie. I don't have a job. I was trying to tell you that to get you to give me money."
"So there's no job?"
"No. I'm sorry. But I'll probably do it again after you leave. I'll give the next person the same story."
"Why would you tell me that?" she asked. Logan shrugged.
"Because you sat, I guess."
"What's your name?" she asked.
"It doesn't matter."
He thought she might be asking so she could report him to the police. "Sure it does. How else would people know you?" "My name is Rita Alexander." Logan glanced at her, but only for a second.
"Logan,"
he said, staring at the street again. "Logan's a nice name."
"Thanks."
She was looking at him. He didn't acknowledge her, but he could feel her turn and shift to face him more fully.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, still not looking at her. "I was wondering what a handsome young man like you was doing sleeping out here on the street."
"Handsomeness has nothing to do with where you sleep,"
he said. "I guess you're right," she said, laughing a little. "Well, what's a regular guy like you doing sleeping out here?"
"Where am I exactly?"
he asked, turning and squinting into the sunlight, looking for some signage on the building. "It's the food bank at St. John's."
"Do you own it or something?" Do you want me off your sidewalk?
No, I don't own it. The church owns it. I just volunteer here once in a while.
What are you doing here at night?
He asked. Well, it's only 8 o'clock.
Is it really?
He asked, blinking and not knowing how long he'd been sleeping there. He honestly didn't even know what day it was.
What day is it?
Thursday, she answered, like it was a normal thing for someone to ask.
I'm glad you woke me up,
he said.
I should have eaten and been busking by now. That's my real job.
Oh, good. Do you mean with your guitar? I'd love to hear a song.
I have to get a drink or two in me first, but I'll be playing downtown later.
Can you physically not play without a drink, or is that just personal preference? He laughed at her for asking that. It was a sincere question, though. She wasn't trying to belittle him. She was staring at him with kindness.
I can physically play,
he said.
I just don't feel like it. I have a stomach ache and a headache, and those things won't go away until I think I've been here for a while, actually,
he said, blinking. You were out here sleeping when I got here, she said, and that was a few hours ago. He swallowed hard and sat there for what must have been a minute or two. Logan's thoughts were scattered, and the time went by quickly, but he knew some time had passed.
I'm not going to get out my guitar and play right now,
he warned, when she didn't move or say anything. It's okay, she said. I would love to hear you play, but you don't have to.
You wouldn't like my music anyway.
Now, how do you know that? Are you judging me because I'm old? She regarded him with a kind, playful smile, and he smirked at her and shook his head.
No, I'm just saying I know you won't like it.
Why not?
Because it's not Jesus music,
he said. Do you think all I listen to is Christian music? What gave you that impression?
Isn't that why you're out here?
He asked.
I assume you work for the church. You've come out to tell me how Jesus wants to save my soul and whatnot.
What? She stuttered. That is true, but I wasn't going to mention it to you. I love all kinds of music. I truly did want to hear you play and sing. Do you play and sing, or do you just play?
I do both.
What type of music?
Folk, rock, I don't know.
This old lady really got under Logan's skin. He wanted to believe that she was a rich, judgmental snob, but she wasn't. She reminded him of the one woman who had been good to him in his life, his Aunt Melanie. She wasn't even his real aunt, but she was a lady who took care of him some as a child. He thought of her and figured he could still go back to Idaho where Melanie lived and call on her. He thought he could depend on her if he needed to, although she might not even still be alive. Logan hadn't talked to her in a long time. Essentially, he had no one. He had a few superficial friends, but no one else. He thought of Melanie, and he found himself wanting to fall into this stranger's arms and have her hug him like Melanie used to do. Logan sank his head in his hands, closing his eyes.
Listen, you need to go,
he said. Why?
Because I need to get to work and I feel terrible, so I need a fix first.
How old are you, Logan?
I'm 18.
He had no idea why he was telling her the truth. And is your life heading in the direction you want it to? He laughed at that. What? I was being serious. Do you like your life how it is?
I wrote a good song yesterday,
he said.
Madeline. I named it Madeline. I have the lyrics written down.
Well, that's great. You're writing music.
Yes, I am.
The two of them looked at each other. Rita was staring straight into his eyes. How did you end up out here on the street, Logan? He hesitated, wondering how much he should tell her.
I moved to Seattle a while back. From Idaho. I had goals. I was trying to put a band together. I was working at first at a tire store and couch surfing with new people I'd met. I was doing okay. I had a couple of guys who were playing music with me. We were working up some of my songs. Then I got into a fight with one of them and he robbed me and took off.
Logan shrugged.
I should have seen it coming, but I was 16 and he stole everything I had.
16? Did you travel here by yourself at 16?
He shrugged. My dad was gone and my mom drank a lot. Still does, probably. I haven't talked to her since I left.
At least he didn't get your guitar, Rita said, pointing at his guitar case.
Oh, he got my guitar. That's not mine. It is now, but I had to buy it. It's the only way I can make money, without lying.
Surely you could still get a job, she said.
Whatever,
he murmured, his head pounding. What kind of fix do you need?
What?
You said you needed a fix. What do you need?
I heard you. I just can't believe you're asking me that. If you must know, I need at least a drink.
He rubbed his face.
I could use a little dope, too.
What exactly is dope? She asked. Marijuana?
No, he said with a little laugh. It's not. That's not what I was talking about. Look, I've only used it a few times, and I really don't want to talk about it with you.
Rita looked at his arm, at the dirty bandages, and she knew. I'll give you $20 for a song, she said.
Why, so I can buy drugs?
He asked cynically. No. Heavens, I hope you won't buy drugs with it. She looked at him. I just really want to hear you sing. Logan sighed and leaned over to get his guitar. It was a piece of junk compared to his other one. He hated it. He hated his life. He was humiliated after being so honest, but he was going to play a song for the lady, so she would be on her way.
I don't need your $20,
he said, groaning as he opened the box. He strapped on his guitar, and then he took out a cigarette and lit it. Logan had spent hours working out the melody of this tune the night before, and his fingers went to work without having to think about it. The song was new, but he didn't need the chords or lyrics. It was already embedded in his mind. Madeline. She was a girl he knew as a kid. She was a few years older than Logan, and he remembered thinking that if he could just marry someone like Madeline Caldwell, everything would be okay. Even yesterday, as he wrote the lyrics and melody to this song, he imagined that if he could just find and marry Madeline, that plan could still go off without a hitch. He sang with gentle passion even though his voice was garbage at the moment. His throat was dry and his voice cracked and squeaked when he hit high notes. He didn't care. He gave it his best effort, and he sang from his heart. It was an odd sensation, actually. He had only been using hard drugs for a few weeks, but for months, his music had been soulless. The writing of Madeline had been a fluke. The song had just fallen into his lap, come to him out of nowhere. Before yesterday, he hadn't thought about Madeline Caldwell in years. He sang and played it for the lady, and when he was finished, he opened his eyes and looked her way. She had her hands in front of her face, and it looked like she was trying to hide from him. He ducked and peered between her fingers, and he could see that she was crying.
What happened? What's wrong?
He asked. She shook her head, and when she spoke, her voice was high-pitched. I'm sorry, she said, wiping her eyes and getting herself together. I'm just touched by that. Her tear-soaked eyes met his. You are an amazingly talented young man, she said. She let out a wheezing cry, scrunching her face and covering it again. I'm sorry. It's just so beautiful, and you're reminding me of my own son. He's had some struggles, too. She paused and took another shaky breath, trying her best to hold herself together. Would you mind if I give you a hug, young man? Logan was not expecting her to say anything close to that.
It's just a song,
he said, not wanting to hug her. It wasn't for his own sake that he wanted to keep his distance, it was for hers. Logan knew fancy old women didn't go around hugging homeless squatter kids. He was nasty and he knew it.
You don't want to do that,
he added. He felt bad for her. He wondered what he did that made her think of her son. Logan took off his guitar strap and placed the guitar in its case. He wasn't doing it so that he could hug her, but she assumed he was, and she leaned over and fell into his arms once they were free.
I didn't know you were going to, okay.
Logan started to stutter, and he thought she would let him go, but she didn't. She adjusted, taking him further into her arms. She smelled like she just got out of the shower, and Logan hadn't had one in weeks. Chapter 2. Logan Lacey. Later that evening. Logan could not believe that he had agreed to this. He hated himself the minute the door locked behind her. What had he been thinking? He cursed under his breath, feeling nauseated and angry. He had been sleeping forever before Rita found him, and he was in a fragile, dazed state when he woke up. He had sat on that sidewalk for an hour talking to that lady and playing music for her, and somehow, in the midst of all that love and compassion, Logan had agreed to the stupidest thing of his life. Rita had asked if he wanted her to help him get clean, and he had agreed to it. Seriously, what had he been thinking? He looked at the door and then at the windows. The door was locked from the outside, and the couple of windows were too narrow and too high for him to crawl out. Logan had a come-to-Jesus moment out there on that sidewalk with Rita Alexander, and he really thought he wanted to get clean and get a fresh start in life. She had told him he was capable of it and that she believed in him. He believed her, and in that moment he believed in himself and felt like he wanted to try it. Then he actually got into her car. That was when he first started to think this was a bad idea. She owned a restaurant called Jimmy's on 2nd, and she drove him there, talking the whole time about his music and how excited she was that he had decided to do something great with his life. Logan had been coming off of a 2-day high, followed by a long sleep, and now he was feeling woozy and telling himself he was too out of it and unable to make gigantic decisions in life. He remembered their conversation. He had clearly agreed to be locked in a room while his body detoxed. The woman had taken him to the building on 2nd Avenue where her restaurant was situated. It took up the whole first level, and there were apartments above that. Rita explained that her family owned the building and that the room he would be staying in had a private entrance and was not an official apartment. Logan followed her into the alley and through a hidden door. They walked upstairs to this 12-by-12 room with a bed, a sink, a shower, a stackable laundry unit, and a tiny fridge. There was a counter with a microwave. As apartments go, it wasn't much more than a jail cell. It would have been too small for most people, but it was the nicest place Logan had lived in over a year. He used to have a magnetic personality, and he met a lot of friends when he first moved to Seattle, but now there was no longer anyone he could call on. He stared straight ahead, realizing how bad his life had gotten when this tiny, cramped one-room apartment felt like the Ritz-Carlton. When it was happening day by day, it never seemed like his life was bad. Even when he tried heroin for the first time, he told himself that it was just for fun and a one-time thing. Now, he had used it almost every day for what must have been a couple of weeks. He told Rita everything. Her son had used drugs previously, and she assured Logan that he was capable of detoxing since he hadn't been using very long. In the moment, he had been willing to try, but now he wasn't so sure. Logan's new room had several locks, one of which Rita deadbolted from the outside. It was something they discussed and something he knew needed to happen if he wanted to get clean. But did he really want to get clean? She had just left. He could still catch her. He stood up and crossed to the door and was just about to bang on it when he heard voices. "What are you doing here?" a woman said. "I was about to ask you the same thing," the second woman replied. The second woman was Rita. The first one was younger. "I work the night shift downstairs, and I was about to use this shower really quick so I don't stink like food when I go out." "Why are you going out so late? What are you doing?" "I'm meeting Max. He's meeting me here at 10:30. "Where could you possibly go so late?" "We're just going out with some friends, Bertie. We're not getting into any trouble. Max has to be on call all day tomorrow, so we won't be out late. I promise." "I need to talk to Max," Rita said. "I need to ask him about this young man who just started staying upstairs." "Somebody's up there?" the young woman asked. sounding disappointed. Rita didn't know Logan was standing at the door listening to them. She had no clue that he had his hand in the air and was about to knock on it. She certainly didn't know he was listening to their every word. "Who's staying up there?" the young woman asked. "Is someone in there right now?" "Yes, and you need to give your dad his key back. Just stay out of there. I'll let your uncle and Isaac know. He'll be in there for a while. That's why I need to talk to Max. He's going to need a doctor to look in on him tomorrow morning and maybe a few times after that. He might need a professional to monitor him. I'm not sure how long he's been using." "Using what, Bertie? You brought a drug addict up here to this apartment? Does Papa even know?" "No, Claire, he doesn't. I've been busy since I met the young man. I haven't talked to a soul." "Why would you do that?" "Things just worked out where I feel like it's God telling me to try to help him. He's special, Claire. He's having a hard time right now, and he's irritable with some physical stuff. But I connected with him, and he's a special person. I think about your Uncle Jim, and I know I would want someone to try to help if it was my son out there on the street." "Where did you even meet this guy?" "On the street? Over at the community kitchen. At St. John's. The soup kitchen? Yes. I volunteered with Craig and Karen tonight." "And now he's moving in here?" "Yes, he is. He's got a phone, and I showed him the landline that he can use any time." "How does somebody like that pay for a phone?" "I don't know, Claire, but I trust him, or I wouldn't have brought him here. I told him he's free to leave whenever he wants. I locked the deadbolt, but all he has to do is call me. The room's only open as long as he isn't using any more drugs. I can't be put into another situation like Derek." "You said after Derek that you were only going to have women up there from now on. Papa told you to turn it into an office." "He teases me about that, but he knows I'd never do it. This room is special to me, baby. I stayed in there myself when I first came to Seattle." "I know that, Bertie, but that doesn't mean you have to let other people do it." "Well, you're right. And you're a smart young lady, and I'm proud of you. But I like Logan, and he's going to be in there for a while. At least I hope he is. I don't know how he ended up on the street at such a young age, but we just need to pray for him, baby. That's why I didn't want you and Max going out all night." "We aren't going to end up like that," she said. "I'll tell Max to call you about that guy. But I don't know if he has much practice with drugs and stuff." "He's doing his residency at the ER, Rita said. "They have to deal with everything over there. I'll talk to him, though. If he can't do it, I have a couple of other favors that I could call in." They walked away, and Logan stood there without knocking on the door. He almost picked up the phone and called Rita to say that he wanted out, but he changed his mind. Moments after Rita and her granddaughter left, Logan began to feel a severe upswing in his physical symptoms. He had been sleeping for a long time, and his body was past the point where it needed alcohol. He felt a sudden rush of cold sweats, and his stomach turned, causing a wave of nausea. He hurled himself to the toilet and hovered over it, expecting to throw up any second. The space of time after Rita locked the door seemed like an absolute eternity to Logan. Those hours might as well have been 10 lifetimes with how miserable he was. Every second was full of pain and misery. It was worse than being dead. Logan wished he was dead many times. All through the night, he was drenched in sweat and crying out silently in anguish. He tried 50 times to jiggle the door handle, only to remember that it was locked from the outside. He finally gave up and called Rita, and she said she'd be back to check on him within the hour. He was lying lifelessly on the bed when she came in. In a feverish moment during the night, Logan had shed his clothes, and he was sprawled out on the twin bed in such a way that his long legs were hanging off of the side and bottom. He moaned when he heard them come in.
"I'm dying," he said. "I want to die. I need medicine or a drink."
He turned his head and peered out of barely open eyes.
"Help me,"
he said. Logan's heart sped up when he realized that there were other people in the room. He experienced a wave of adrenaline that caused him to sit up and scramble into the corner at the head of the bed. the blonde. She had golden hair that was long and hung over her shoulders. She looked like she belonged on a beach in California and not in the cloud-covered city of Seattle. She was so beautiful that it was supernatural. It cut through the sickness and pain. For a second, Logan stared at her and he was transported to somewhere else besides his painful existence. And then it hit him. A terrible wave of nausea. Logan barely made it to the toilet in time.
"He might need to go in," the guy said. "He probably needs an IV. And don't touch him. He might have transmissible diseases."
"Max," he heard the young blonde speak, and Logan felt a fire inside of him. He didn't have transmissible diseases, and who was this guy to come in here, making him feel like scum?
"I don't need to be here,"
Logan said, mustering up every last ounce of his energy to stand up. He wiped his face and went to the clothes that were lying on the floor near the bed. He began to put on his shirt.
"I was calling you because I didn't want to be here anymore. Not because I wanted you to bring some guy in here to look at me and tell me I had some disease, which I don't."
Logan was humiliated and angry. He couldn't believe he had agreed to this. The guy was all decked out in matching athletic clothes. He looked like he was sponsored by Nike.
"I'm leaving,"
Logan said, getting dressed.
"Just go and leave the door open. I'll be out of your way. Thanks for the offer, but I'm out of here."
"Please don't," Rita said. "We'll get you through this part of it. I thought Max might have access to an IV if you needed it. I thought we could take care of what you need here." Chapter 3. Logan Lacey. 4 days later. Logan could barely see out of the long, narrow windows that ran along 2 sides of his room. He climbed up and looked out of one, but he only saw the brick of the building next door. Out of the other one, he could see some sky, another building, and the edge of a neon sign that had a word that started with a W. He had a phone and a small old television in the room, but his body was out of it in those first days, and he didn't have a concept of the day or time. It was like the flu, but 10 times worse. The anxiety alone was crippling, and the physical symptoms added to it, causing Logan unimaginable pain. He had the general sense that he was locked in a room on the 2nd story of a building with a restaurant below him. He thought the restaurant was Rita's. He thought the whole building was hers. Last night was the first time that Logan had slept for more than a couple of hours in a row, and today he woke up feeling more cognitive than he had in weeks. He found his telephone, which had no battery, and he plugged it in. He sat on the bed for what must have been a half hour, thinking of the past few days and experiencing memories of painfully sick moments. He understood that physically the worst of it was over. It had to be. He had flashbacks of certain moments. There was Rita, the doctor whose name was Max, and then there was the young woman, Claire. Claire was tied to both of them. She was the granddaughter of Rita and the wife or girlfriend of Max. Logan didn't like the doctor at all, but the man had given him a mild dose of some kind of drug to make his symptoms better, and for that Logan was thankful. Before the medicine, he thought he would surely die. Logan had existed in a half-alive state for the past few days, and now, thankfully, he was slightly more than half alive. His head still pounded and his mouth was dry, but his heart wasn't about to beat out of his chest, which was such a relief. It took him a while to get off of the bed, but once he did, he went and took a shower. This was something he hadn't been able to do, and he stood there and scrubbed weeks of grime off of himself. He didn't think of himself as homeless when he was living on the streets. In his mind, one night out had run into another, and he was still in complete control of everything. These last few days had shown him that he was not in control. There was just no way he should have those intense physical reactions from quitting something. He had to put a stop to it. He had to take control of his life. He showered, washing his body with a bar of soap and his hair with a tube of 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner that was already in the small shower stall. He had just turned off the water when he heard a knock on his door.
"Hold on," he called.
He put on some clean boxer shorts that were in the drawer. They were baggy, but he didn't care. Rita had pointed them out to him when she first brought him to the room, and he was glad they were there.
"Okay,"
he called. Rita would wait for him to say, okay, and she would open the door and come in. If he didn't respond for a minute or two, she would let herself in to check on him. "I need you to let me in," he heard a voice say from the other side. It wasn't Rita. "I have a key, but it's not working." Logan went to the door and opened it. Claire was standing there, and she pulled back, staring at him with a surprised smile. "Oh, I'm just in time," she said, holding up a handful of clothes. She thrust them toward him. "I'll wait out here till you get dressed," she added.
"It doesn't matter,"
he said, waving her in.
"I have shorts on, and you've seen me in worse states than this."
"I know. I'm impressed," she said with quiet excitement. She followed him into the room, looking down the whole time. "I'll wait over here while you see if that fits."
"What is this?"
"Max's little brother. He's your size, and he was throwing out a bunch of... Anyway, I love treasure hunting, so I'm always looking through people's donation piles. And Theo had a bunch of nice clothes he was getting rid of." Claire sat on the foot of the bed, looking down and waiting while Logan pulled on the jeans. They were a little loose on him and they rode on his hips, exposing the waistband of his boxers. He pulled on the t-shirt. There were 3 of them in the stack, and he chose the one that was on top. A white one with a graphic design of a realistic whale in light blue. He didn't care about the name brands, even though he was pretty sure these were expensive clothes.
"Thank you for these,"
he said.
"How much do I owe you?"
He sat next to her on the bed. He stooped to roll the cuffs of the jeans, since he was barefoot and it wasn't cold in the room. He lit a cigarette and then tossed the lighter back onto the nightstand as he adjusted himself to sit cross-legged on the bed. "Nothing," Claire said. "You don't owe me anything. Theo gave me the bag of clothes. His mom knows I look through people's hand-me-downs."
"Why do you do that?"
he asked, breathing out and facing upward so he didn't breathe smoke on her. Claire scooted back, sitting on the bed with her back against the wall. She took off her shoes and rested her legs on the bed, looking comfortable, like she wasn't in a hurry. She reminded him of a younger Rita. "I always look through old clothes," she said. "Anything good, I save. I'm storing clothes and accessories right now. I have part of a warehouse that my dad's letting me use." "You should quit smoking," she added. He smirked at her and shook his head.
"I've quit a lot of things lately. I'll hold off on this one for now. Your grandma told me I could finish this pack in the apartment, but that I have to go outside after that."
"I know. You at least need a window." Claire looked around like she was hoping the window could open, so Logan leaned over and carefully put the cigarette out. It was a lifeline to him after he had been through so much pain in the last few days. But she had no idea, and he wasn't about to tell her. He would just light it again after she left. "How long are you staying here?" Claire asked.
"I don't know, but you can use the shower. I'll just turn around and you'll have to trust me."
"What?" she asked, looking at him with an offended stare.
"The shower," he said. "I thought that's why you came up to this room, was to use the shower."
"I have a shower at home," she said. "I just got out of it."
"I wasn't trying to offend you. When I first got here, I heard you tell Rita that you needed to come up here to use the shower."
"Oh, no, I was just coming to bring you these clothes."
"Well, thank you. It was perfect timing. I just got out of the shower and I had no... I guess I need to figure out how to use that washer and dryer sometime."
"I'll show you," Claire said, sitting up, but he waved her off.
"I'll figure it out,"
he said.
"I'm sure it's not rocket science."
"Max can't come by for the next couple of days. He's doing his residency at the hospital, and he's got to spend the next 2 nights up there."
"Thank you, but I don't need him. I think I've got it from here, medically speaking. I'd rather not bother your boyfriend or husband anymore, and I'm sure he feels the same about me."
"Are you saying you don't want us to come up here anymore?"
"Yeah, I mean, not him. I'm better now. I'll just go find help if I need it."
What are you going to do from here? With your life? What's your plan?
I don't know yet. Rita said I could stay as long as I'm getting better and start working on a goal.
Always be advancing,
Claire said, mimicking something she heard her grandmother say dozens of times. Yeah, that's what she was saying.
I heard you were a musician, Claire said, swiveling to face him. And when he didn't answer right away, she added, My grandma said you were really good.
I thought I was really good when I first came out here.
Aren't you a little young to be so jaded?
What do you know about how old I am?
Bertie said you were 18, and that's too young to sound so forlorn.
My stuff got stolen. I don't really own anything else, and I didn't have a backup plan. I thought when I came out here that it was all going to happen within months.
You're impatient? He looked at her.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I am,
he said with a shrug.
I guess I'm impatient.
What all got stolen?
A bunch of stuff. All my stuff. But my guitar was the most important thing.
He gestured to the guitar case on the floor.
That thing sucks. The guy who sold it to me said a poor craftsman blames his tools. But it's a terrible tool. It sounds like a kid's toy.
I come across guitars, Claire said. Is there a certain brand you're looking for?
What do you mean you come across guitars?
I'm a thrift shopper, remember? I go to estate sales and auctions. That's what I'm doing with all the clothes I'm storing. I'm going to open my own thrift store. I have some warehouse space, and right now I sell online, eBay and Etsy, but I want a storefront. I come across guitars all the time, but I need to know what you're looking for and what brands are good. She gestured down at the case. I would have thought Fender was good.
It is good. Some Fenders are. Mine was a Fender. It's easy to identify because it's got a Fender body and a Martin headstock. It's 2 different brands.
Whoa, really? How?
It broke not long after I got it. The headstock got run over.
What is that you're saying? What's a headstock? Logan gestured in the air as if turning one of the tuning pegs.
The part at the top. It says Martin on it, and the body of the guitar says Fender. You can't mistake it. It's one of a kind.
I would have mistaken that, she said with a shrug. I would have assumed Fender and Martin could go together and still be the same guitar. You know, like it's the Martin edition of a Fender. He grinned and shook his head.
I do know what you're saying, but that's not the case. They're 2 totally different brands.
Why did you go through all the trouble of having somebody fix it? I don't know why you want it after it's been broken. Just buy a new one. I hate broken things. That's one rule I have. If it's broken, I don't mess with it. They have people who buy and restore broken things, but that's not me. I only buy stuff in like-new condition.
Why?
She shrugged. I always think it doesn't work as good after it's been broken. Your guitar, if you turn it over, is it obvious that it's been broken?
Yes, it is. Sometimes, when a headstock's been patched, they'll just do a paint job over the back. But this one's not painted. It's obvious that it's been patched. The guy who did it for me was a character. He told me that with the Martin headstock, it would make it sound better than before it was broken.
And did it?
It did, actually. Or maybe that was in my head. But it definitely wasn't worse.
Yeah, I'm glad you told me, because I would have never bought something that looked broken.
I'm sure you won't come across it, but if you do, please buy it. I'd love to get it back, and in the meantime, if you find a good deal on one that's better than this, get it and hold on to it. I'll find a way to buy it from you.
By selling drugs?
No, Claire. I don't sell drugs.
Well, you were definitely doing them. He looked at her.
Yeah, I know.
She shrugged. Are you going to go back to doing them? She asked.
Are you visiting from the church? Or are you just trying to keep tabs on who's staying up here? Your grandma told me there have been others in my situation living here before me.
Usually they're running from someone else and not their own choices.
Wow, you are from the church.
No, I'm not. I'm looking out for my family. I actually own an apartment in this building, and I don't want any of us...
Any of us what?
He asked, when she trailed off. I'm just talking to you, she said. getting to know you." He was quiet for a long moment before he spoke again.
"Thank you,"
he said,
"for the clothes. But why do you come take a shower in here if you live in this building?"
"I don't live here. I own an apartment. It was a family real estate thing, and my dad gave it to me when I graduated college."
"You graduated college?"
he asked. He hadn't even graduated high school. Claire was the most beautiful woman Logan had ever seen. She was a golden angel sitting in the one ray of light that came in through the window. She was older than him and utterly untouchable. She shrugged. "My parents signed me up for a special high school. I finished that with an associate's degree, and then I took college classes full-time, so I finished early. I work at the diner part-time, but I'm focused on starting my business right now. Every cent I make goes to that, including the rent from the apartment in this building. So yes, I technically own an apartment, but I don't live here. I can't go use the shower. My tenant wouldn't appreciate that. He's the quiet type."
"I think just about any type would appreciate someone like you taking a shower in their apartment."
She shot him a glare and he grinned innocently.
"Hey, I honestly wasn't planning on looking. If that makes you feel any better. I don't expect you to trust me, but I wouldn't have looked."
"Well, that's fine, but I'm not taking a shower with you in here anyway. And I don't even need a shower right now. It's 10 in the morning. I'm clean. I just came from my house."
"Did you just come up here to give me these clothes?"
he asked. "That's why I came upstairs. But I came to the building to work. I'm about to work the lunch shift downstairs."
"I'm going to do some busking once I can trust myself to get out, but I'll need a job before then. Something close by. Something with a bunch of old people where I won't get into trouble."
"What about Mr. Washington's?"
"I'm not sure what that is."
"It's an appliance store. I'm sure he has something you can do. Fixing things or lifting things or whatever. The Washingtons come into the diner all the time, and I know they're always looking for good help." Chapter 4. Logan Lacey. A week later. "I heard you impress Mr. Washington," Claire said, letting herself in once Logan opened the door.
"Oh, yeah, come on in,"
he said sarcastically, closing the door behind her. Cal came into the diner earlier talking about his dad being in a good mood because he finally hired somebody who can lift more than 20 pounds.
"Yeah, today was my second day."
"How is it having to get there so early?"
"It's fine. I like those hours before anyone else gets there. Mr. Washington doesn't even come in until 8.
"What do you do before he gets there?"
"I empty the trash cans and clean the bathrooms,"
he said.
"He gives me 3 hours to get all of that done, and it takes me about half that time if I work hard and fast. Then I work on other things until he gets there."
"What things?" she asked, sitting on the end of his bed and looking at his guitar, which was resting in its open case. "Music?"
"Yeah. What are you doing up here?"
he asked, even though she had randomly come to visit him several times in the last week. "I just got off work downstairs and I wanted to come up here and have you play for me."
"Play what?"
he asked. She gestured at the guitar. "Your new song."
"I told you I will soon. I'm going to a music store when I get my first paycheck."
She grinned at him. "Who needs groceries?" she said, making him laugh.
"I'll stop at the grocery store after I get a guitar,"
he said.
"First things first. I'll get a guitar and then do a night of busking for grocery money. I'm only working mornings with Mr. Washington, so my nights are free."
"Yeah, but I thought you weren't going busking yet."
"I need a guitar, and I also need groceries. One night of busking won't kill me, and I won't have to make very much. I'm good with eating ramen and frozen burritos for 2 weeks until I get another paycheck."
"The thing I was wondering was, when do I finally get to hear a song?" She swiveled to lie back on his bed and absent-mindedly played with a ponytail holder, shooting it into the air before trying to catch it. It fell through her fingers and landed on her face, causing her to flinch. He laughed at her.
"You're so weird,"
he said. Claire knew he was being light-hearted when he said it. She knew he secretly liked it that she came upstairs to check on him every time she came to work. They had become friends during the last week, and Logan calling her weird was only a byproduct of how comfortable they were together. "I got you a guitar," she said out of nowhere.
What do you mean? You found one for sale?
"Yeah, and I went ahead and bought it, too. I was shopping at an estate sale, and I asked the lady if she had any guitars. She didn't, but her grandson had a collection, and he didn't mind parting with one."
Is it an acoustic?
"Yeah, of course. I know that's what you play."
What brand? When do I get to see it?
He asked excitedly.
And how much does he want for it?
$300, and he told me it was a steal, that he paid more than twice that much for it. It seems really nice. I went to his house and saw his collection. It's immaculate. I think I got a really good deal. He didn't have your Fender Martin mix, though. I asked him about it. He had never seen it. I gave him my number and told him I was looking for it if he ever came across it."
Thank you for doing that,
Logan said. "You're welcome."
I mean it,
he said, looking at her after a pause.
I don't understand why your family's going out of your way for me.
"No offense, because you're great and everything, but you're not the only person we go out of our way for."
Why do you guys do that?
"Because that's just the way of things when you... It's God."
What's God?
"The reason we go out of our way to help others." He paused again, shaking his head thoughtfully.
I already told Rita I'm not trying to get religious.
"You already told me that, too. And neither of us care if you're religious. I don't even like religion."
Then what do you like?
"Jesus."
He was just one guy,
Logan said, not understanding the whole Christianity thing. "Yeah, that's right. There's only one of him. He isn't just a plain guy, but there is only one of him."
Isn't that kind of offensive?
he asked. Claire had been lying on her back with her knees in the air, and she swiveled and sat up to face Logan when he asked that question. "Isn't what offensive?" she asked, looking completely confused.
That you claim that your God is the only way.
"Because he is if you want to go to heaven. He's not the only way to go in life. Lots of people choose to go other ways in life. I'm only saying he's the only way if you want to go to heaven afterward."
Isn't that offensive?
"What?" "No," she said, still confused. "It's not offensive that there's only one way. It's amazing that there is a way at all."
Yeah, but what about all the people who don't believe you? What about those who choose Buddha or Allah or their own God? You think they can't go to heaven? Isn't that offensive?
"I hear what you're saying, and still, no, it's not offensive at all. 2 + 2 = 4. The answer is 4. You're not going around saying the numbers 5 or 6 should be offended. The number 4 is the right answer. It's not a matter of being offended. Let's say I was in a life-or-death situation on the edge of a cliff about to fall off, gripping onto a rock with all my might. I'm there, needing to be rescued. And Superman comes flying through the sky and comes up to me and is about to carry me to safety. I wouldn't look at Superman and say I'm offended that you're not Batman or the Green Lantern. I wouldn't be offended that I didn't have more options in this situation. No, I needed to be rescued, and someone did it. It's not offensive that there's only one person coming to rescue you. It's amazing that there's one at all." He was quiet for a moment.
Whoa,
he said finally. "Why do you say that?"
Because I didn't expect you to put it like that. I don't know what to say to that.
She glanced at him with a mischievous smile and raised her eyebrows. "Why say it when you could sing it instead?" She gestured to the guitar. She had asked him what must have been a dozen other times since they met, and he always told her he'd play a song once he got a new guitar.
Fine,
he said, feeling soft in that moment. He leaned over to retrieve the instrument, and Claire gasped and sat back on the bed dramatically. "Why would you play that one when your new one is right there by the door?"
What? What, Claire?
She smiled, seeing his confused excitement. "The guitar is right out there on the other side of that door." but she was cut off because Logan popped off of the bed like his rear end was on fire. It took him all of 3 seconds to open the door and pull the guitar inside. He was talking the whole time he moved. "What? Why in the world would you leave this out? I can't believe this thing was just sitting out here while I had no idea you had this with you." He laid it on the bed between himself and Claire, opening it in one movement. "Oh, Claire, he said it has new strings, and he sent a pack of extra ones, I think." This was 300? Yes, did I get a good deal? He told me it was a really good deal. I'm sure it is, if he told you that. It feels really good. Logan strummed the guitar as soon as he set it on his lap. It was a nice-sounding guitar with low, warm tones. His heart was so full of gratefulness that it ached. It was nicer than his original guitar. He cleared his throat, and when he did, he took his hand off of the guitar to cover his mouth. He glanced at Claire and was about to thank her, but he noticed her expression. She stared blankly at the front of the guitar. "I can't believe you can play like that," she said. "That's so beautiful." He let out a little laugh. "Thank you," he said, seeing that she was serious. "What was it? What song?" "It was just some notes. I was just trying out the guitar. I really like it, Claire. Thank you. I don't know what to say." As he spoke, he gently turned a tuning peg and plucked a string until it came into tune. "Was it a good deal?" "Yes," he said, strumming it. "I love the color, too. Matte black." He continued playing as he looked down at it. It was a world away from the one he was using before. He had to hold back tears as he strummed quietly. "I liked it, too. I was so happy when he told me it was the one for sale. He had a whole wall of them, and it was one of my favorites, just looks-wise. Logan, my goodness, you're amazing. What song is that you're playing now?" "It's the melody of one I wrote recently." "My grandma told me you were good, but seriously, Logan, you should go on America's Got Talent or something." "You didn't hear me sing." "You don't have to sing to go on that show. You could just play guitar. But sing. Please sing. I'd love to hear it. Does that song have lyrics?" "Yes." Claire widened her eyes and tucked her chin, staring at him like she was expecting to hear him bust out in song any second. Logan played Madeline. "I saw her then from across the way. Said one thing, and she hit the brakes. I'll tell her how I really feel one of these days. Lately, I can't get her off my mind. I wonder if he's treating her kind. To only hold her one more time and hear her say my name, Madeline." Logan sang one more verse before going into the chorus. It was a love song about the idea of a woman he once knew. He didn't look at Claire when he sang it, because then his brain would have known he was nervous singing for her. He didn't look at her at all as he played and sang, not even a glance. He looked up once he finished the song, and she had a hand over her face. "Are you crying?" Rita cried. "I'm about to, but no, Logan, how many fans do you have?" "Fans? No fans. I do okay when I go busking, but I wouldn't call anyone my fan." She reached over the guitar case and touched his arm. "It's official. I'm your first fan. I'm honored. I think my grandmother was first, but I'm the one who officially asked and had this conversation with you." He laughed. "I'm serious. I'm your first fan. I love that song." "What song is that? Did you write it?" "Yes." "Is Madeline your girlfriend?" she asked. He shook his head. "Childhood crush." "Oh, wow. Wow. Great song, Logan." She kept calling him Logan, and something was off with it. Something was wrong. He knew that if anyone had fans, it wasn't Logan. His fresh start was going to come with a new name. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Madeline?"
No, I'm actually thinking about a new name.
"A stage name?" He nodded. "For yourself? Do you not like the name Logan Lacey?"
I like it fine, but something needs to change.
Rita had a Bible verse painted on the wall in the room, and Logan knew that he was going to take the name that was written there. He had noticed it there since his arrival. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Logan thought that taking a biblical name was symbolic that he believed what Claire said. It was more than a stage name in his heart, but he passed it off as no big deal.
I like that name right there. Micah. I was looking at it earlier and thinking about this. I think it goes with my last name.
Micah Lacey? Just for the stage or for your whole life?
My whole life, probably,
he said. She shrugged. I like it. Micah. A fresh start. Are you going to tell Mr. Washington to switch it?
They barely know my name yet anyway. I'll just tell them it's Micah when they ask next time.
Okay, Micah Lacey. I like it so much. Do you have any other songs? I need to go in like 10 minutes, and I want to hear another one. He had another one in mind, one he had been working on since he moved in. Claire was the inspiration for it. He changed the woman to have dark hair, which was opposite of Claire. He only did that so that his feelings weren't obvious. Claire Alexander would never be his, and there was no sense in writing songs about her. He would make the women in his songs the opposite of Claire, and no one would ever find out about his infatuation. Chapter 5. Claire Alexander. 7 years later. January. What are you doing, my friend? I answered the phone just before it went to my voicemail. I knew it was Micah. I could see his name on my screen. I had to dig for my phone, sorry. Hang on. I tucked the phone between my ear and my shoulder so I could adjust my purse. I'm at the store right now.
I can let you go,
he said. No, I'm just wasting time. I'm at a kitchen store.
Wasting time for what?
Micah asked. We're all going to dinner at Mom and Dad's. Isaac's girlfriend is here from Atlanta, and they're meeting the lady who wrote that book about them. Micah knew the whole story about my brother, so I didn't have to explain. Isaac had met his dream girl in our family restaurant one day, but he lost touch with her, and then Jill Phillips, a famous author who was now a family friend, wrote a romance novel that brought them back together. We all had plans to eat at my parents' house tonight.
Who's all going to be there?
Micah asked. I think Jill is bringing her husband and kids. I don't know how many. I adjusted and held the phone to my ear. There was no one even close to me in the store, and I didn't feel bad about standing there and talking to Micah. I zoned out, staring at a shelf with adorable pottery sugar and cream containers. Ryan will be there too, and I think one of his friends. Cody, maybe? And Jake's coming with me, but that's really all of us. Just our family. Of course, Isaac will be here with his lady from Atlanta, Ari. She's so cute. That's the whole point, is for them to meet Jill.
I was in Atlanta last week,
Micah said. You're everywhere right now. I sent a box to Virginia Beach.
I know. I'm here now. I got it. I just opened it.
What did you think about those jeans?
They're perfect. You knew they would be. I love the shirt, too, and the jacket. You did amazing, as usual. Everything looks like stuff I already have, in a good way.
Yeah, that's because I buy all of your clothes, I said, laughing. It was the truth. Micah had a certain style, and I was the only one who knew it. Even stylists didn't know how to get it exactly right.
That t-shirt with the moose on it, I love it. I have it on right now.
I got that because of the story you told me about when you were in Canada.
I know,
he said.
I thought of that right when I saw it. So that dude's meeting your parents?
He asked. Jake? I said. Yeah, I'm meeting him on campus in a little while, and we're heading to my parents. You would love him, though, Micah. I know I told you he's a professor, but he's also a musician, as a hobby. I absent-mindedly picked up a little container that looked like it was for honey. It had a small clover flower etched and painted on the outside, and I opened it without even taking in what I was doing.
Why would I care if he's a musician?
Micah asked. Whoa, don't get all mad. I thought you'd be happy that I was dating a musician.
Well, if it's the first time you've mentioned it, then he's probably not that good.
No, I heard him play. He's really good. Not as good as you, but I liked it. I was surprised at how much I liked it. It's a little more country-sounding than your stuff. Micah had a big career now. He lived in our building for almost 2 years, and things started happening for him just as he moved out. He deserved every bit of his success. He worked hard at staying clean, and he worked hard in general. He had a hit years ago with a song named Madeline, and that propelled him to years of touring and playing venues for a few thousand fans each night. Then recently, he released a song called About to Fall, which had been remixed with a rapper and was the main song from the new Spider-Man movie. He was huge now, and I was so proud of him. He was out on tour playing venues that were at least twice the size of the ones he played before. He had been one of my best friends for a long time, and it was an honor to watch him grow and learn and make progress.
That's cool,
Micah said, talking about Jake being a musician.
I just didn't think you were into that kind of guy.
Why would you think that? I asked, looking at an entire shelf of pie pans.
Because 2 out of 3 of your boyfriends have been doctors, and the third was a lawyer.
So? That was just a coincidence, I said. It doesn't mean I have a certain type.
Yes, you do. Those guys you date are always a certain type. They all wear khakis and use hair product.
Don't act like you've never put product in your hair.
I don't. Other people do that stuff to me, and I'm just saying, doctors and lawyers are a certain type. There's a whole song about it. You're not into the guys who play guitars and drive trucks.
What? What song are you talking about?
Waylon and Willie. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars and drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors and lawyers and such.
He sang the song like he knew it well, and I laughed. Did you make that up just now? I asked.
Claire, you've never heard that song?
No, it sounds like you just made it up to prove a point. Micah laughed. I could hear him, and it made me smile. What?
I can't believe you don't know that song. It's a classic.
I don't, I said. I've never heard that in my life.
Wow. I feel like I've dropped the ball as your friend, honestly. I mean, between me and your parents, surely Samuel and Big Jim listened to Willie.
Willie who? I asked.
Nelson.
Oh, yeah, I said, knowing that name. Is he who sings that song?
Yes.
Where are you right now? I asked.
I'm on the bus. We're parked outside of the venue. I have sound check in an hour.
Do you have a guitar?
Yeah, I have Josephine right here next to me.
I smiled at the thought of that matte black Fender I bought him all those years ago. I had named her Josephine one night when he was playing for me, and it stuck. Play it for me, I said. That Willie Nelson song? Do you know it?
Of course I know it. I feel like it's one of the 10 songs in life you're required to know.
What? No. Like with Happy Birthday and Twinkle Twinkle? I asked, in a disbelieving tone.
No, not quite that standard, but it's right up there with things like Hotel California or Billie Jean.
Both of those I know, I said. But play that other one for me. So then he got his guitar and played the whole song for me, I said, telling the story a while later at the dinner table with Jill Phillips. I'd never heard it before. I didn't tell the build-up of the story where Micah pointed out that my boyfriends were all doctors and lawyers. Jake was sitting right next to me, and I didn't want him to feel weird since he was a teacher. I just told them I was talking to Micah earlier and that the song got brought up. He just sat on the tour bus and played it for you? Jill asked, excitedly. I nodded and smiled.
And did you recognize the song once he played it?
my dad asked. I looked at him with a clueless shake of my head and everyone laughed.
How could you not know that song?
Ryan asked with a disbelieving look, teasing me. Even you know it? I asked, sounding stunned. You're 4 years younger than me. Ryan shrugged.
I thought everybody knew that song, he said.
I'm still stuck on the fact that Micah Lacey sang it for you over the phone, like a private concert. It was Jill who said it, and she had her eyes open, dramatically staring into the space in front of her and causing us all to laugh again. Jake reached over and held my hand under the table. I felt a little bad for him because everyone was always really impressed when I told them I knew Micah. Yeah, like I said, he was just waiting on the bus and he already knew the song, so he rattled it off. It was no big deal. I don't know, Jill said, covering her heart. It seems like a pretty big deal.
She loves Micah Lacey,
her husband explained, shaking his head and smiling.
You should talk to JD's wife, Dad said to Jill. She loves Micah. She knows every single one of his songs by heart. I watched her lip-syncing one time and she didn't miss a single word.
Oh yeah, I love his music, Jill said. I was a fan way before the Spider-Man days. I was Micah's first fan, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, I actually feel like Old Stewards was his best album,
Jake said. It was Micah's second album, the one right after Madeline and one of his lesser-known, lesser-loved works. I squeezed his hand and smiled at him for trying. My other boyfriends had all been annoyed by my friendship with Micah, and if Jake could be this happy and confident on day one of a Micah conversation, I knew everything would be fine. I held his hand, feeling thankful that he was being so easygoing about it. Jill asked a few more questions about Micah, but afterward our conversation went to other things. It was no fault of my own after dinner when Micah's name got brought up again. My brother Isaac, who was also close to Micah, received a call from him and headed back to his bedroom to take it. Where are you going? I asked Isaac when I saw him in the hallway.
Back here to make a call. What are you doing?
Jake's using the restroom, and then he and I are going outside to look at Cody's car. He nudged his chin to the dark hallway.
Micah texted me, and I'm going in here to call him back. He's talking about not feeling good. His stomach again.
I made a face like I was concerned. He didn't mention it when I was talking to him. It was at that moment that Jake came out of the bathroom. Isaac smiled as he turned to walk the other way, knowing we would talk again once we were done looking at the car.
Hey,
Jake said as we turned to walk in the other direction.
What was that?
Oh, Isaac. He was just asking what we're doing. He's calling Micah back, something about him having a stomachache. Jake grabbed my hand.
What time are we heading out? I need to get home and grade papers, and I was hoping we could hang out a little while. Just me and you.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. We can leave right after we see the car. Chapter 6. 4 months later. Late May. Isaac and Ari's rehearsal dinner. I know it's Isaac and Ari's night, Rita said to us all at the very end of the rehearsal dinner, and I haven't mentioned it, but I just wanted to say how proud I am of you, Micah, and the extraordinary way God has grown your music career. It seems like yesterday you were working at Calvin's store and staying holed up in that room writing songs day and night. And now look.
Now he's got pecs and abs,
JD said, teasing Micah.
He's not skin and bones anymore.
Micah spent a lot of time in the gym as a way to blow off steam and release some of the adrenaline from the pressures of stardom. He was in really good shape, but some of it was from necessity. We're talking about his music, my mom said, not wanting to embarrass Micah, even though JD was just messing around. Jake leaned in his chair and put his arm around me protectively. He was a low-key guy who wasn't usually into PDA, and I could tell he got a little nervous around my family, so I leaned toward him for reassurance. I hear that Spider-Man song everywhere these days, my mom added. My friend Sharon had it behind a video she posted of her family on Facebook, and she didn't even realize it was Micah singing it. You remember my friend Sharon Nickerson, she said, looking at Micah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Bertie, Isaac said. I know Micah's busy with all he has going on, and I wanted to thank him and everybody else for taking the time to be at our wedding. Thank all of you for being here. But Micah, bro,
Isaac reached out and gave his hand to Micah. They were sitting close enough that Micah leaned over and shook Isaac's hand heartily, the way guys do.
Thank you for being here. I couldn't believe it when I saw you come around the corner.
I couldn't believe it either, I said. I talked to him yesterday, and he was in Mexico. I stared at Micah, who smiled and shrugged innocently. Now that we're talking about Micah, though, I have something for you upstairs. A vintage find. Isaac's rehearsal dinner was at the restaurant, and since I now lived in the apartment upstairs, our location was convenient for my impromptu surprise. My heart raced at the thought of Micah's guitar. I had it in my possession, and it was finally time. I had it stashed under my bed. I bought it over a month ago and had it restored. I had held on to this secret for so long, and I hadn't planned on Micah's surprise appearance tonight, so I felt like the information might just burst out of my mouth right there in front of everyone. I took a deep breath because everyone was still looking at me, waiting to hear about my vintage find. I sat up in my chair and leaned forward to get a better view of Micah. He was looking over my brother and two other people, smiling curiously back at me when my eyes found his. I had lost contact with Jake when I sat up in my chair, and he reached over to hold my hand as I told the story. I didn't mind, and I held his hand without even thinking about it. Okay, so it started with a guy named Aaron Harrison. You all know who I'm talking about. He's a big deal. He plays for the Seahawks. His wife came into my store. I happened to be there at the time, and she liked all my stuff and was wondering if I would want to go through some things she had been meaning to sell. So I make friends with Beth Harrison, go to her house, and end up meeting Aaron, who you guys all know. They're a really nice couple, and I was at their house for a couple of hours one afternoon. So sweet. Aaron wanted me to be on the lookout for some things he collected. A kind of old bottle. He also likes a certain type of sports coat when they have travel days. Anyway, that's off track. So I'm hanging out with this nice couple, and I see a few guitars over in the corner in their family room hanging on his wall. I paused and looked around dramatically. Now, I always inspect every single acoustic guitar I ever see in my whole life. I've done that for years now. For some certain somebody. I made a face and pointed at Micah. You all know I've been looking for Micah's old broken guitar for going on 8 years. Was it at Aaron's? My mom asked. No. So I look at Aaron's guitars, and I give him and his wife the whole story about how I normally don't mess with broken things, but for all this time it has been my main mission in life to find this dad-blasted broken guitar. Did Aaron Harrison have Micah's guitar? My grandma asked again, since the suspense was killing her. No, he didn't, Bertie. But I explained to him and his wife. I told them the whole story about my friend who lost a certain guitar years ago. I give them the speech and explained it all to them, and the whole time, Aaron has this look of concentration on his face, like he's trying to remember something. So I asked him what he seemed to be concentrating on, and he said he remembered seeing a guitar like that. It took him a minute to dig up the memory, but he called a teammate named Mac Klein who put me in touch with Justin Teague. I aimed a glance at Micah and raised my eyebrows at him before smiling. Long story short is that I had to go through 3 Seattle Seahawks, and then Justin was out of town, so I had to make an appointment to go to his house when someone was there who could meet me. I explained the whole thing on the phone to him, that it was for a dear friend and how much it meant to us. So I get an appointment to go to his house, and there it is, sitting in front of me, the very guitar. A Fender body with a Martin headstock. I felt like I was dreaming. I literally cried. You saw it? Did he let you buy it? Rita asked. Yes, I agreed. Rita gasped and let out a whoop of celebration. She saw Micah as a grandson, and her reaction was adorable. I let out a delighted laugh at the sight of her happiness for him. How long ago was this? Why didn't you tell me you found it? She asked. I didn't know either, Jake said. I didn't tell anyone, I said. 1, somebody would have told Micah. And 2, I'm still not sure if it's the right one. I had it worked on, though. Let me just say that I bought it, and I took it to a guy to restore and tune it up and everything. All that, and I still have no certainty that it's your exact guitar. But I do currently have a Fender guitar with a Martin headstock. I can't wait to see if it's yours. I planned on giving it to you the next time I saw you, and I had no idea it would be tonight. Where is it? Exactly, Rita said. It's probably in her apartment or her store, and either one is close. You are cracking me up, Bertie, I said, smiling and shaking my head at her. It's upstairs, in my apartment. Micah's been here for 3 hours, Bertie said. How have you not gone up there to get it already? My mom added. All at the same time, at least 3 or 4 people yelled out different things, encouraging me to go get the guitar. I was already in motion to stand up and go get it, and their reactions made me laugh. I'll come with you, Jake said. Oh, okay, I agreed. I thought I would run upstairs alone, but I was fine with Jake coming with me. I looked at Micah. Do you want to come? No, JD said. Yeah, we want to see him get it, Isaac said. Okay, I'll just run up. Jake was agitated the whole way upstairs. I could feel him brooding. I went into my apartment, trying to ignore his bad mood and focus on the really fun thing that was about to happen. I had been looking for this guitar for so long that it seemed surreal that this transaction was about to take place. I was about to hand-deliver this bad boy to Micah's hands, and it was a crazy feeling. I'll run and grab it, I said once we got into my apartment. I left Jake in the living room and headed to my bedroom. I found the exact spot under my bed and pulled it out with no hesitation. It was in a case, and I didn't waste time or bother opening it. I had opened it at least a dozen times since I had it home. I knew exactly what was inside. I smiled as I walked back into the living room. Why all the secrecy, Claire? What secrecy? I asked, trying to remain happy. Well, I mean, I thought you would have told me about the guitar. I didn't even know you were looking for a guitar for him. Why did he need a guitar? I don't get why it's a big deal. I hadn't clued Jake in on the guitar before this, but it was a long story, and he usually didn't want me to go on about Micah, so I hadn't mentioned it. Oh. No. I didn't tell you about it because I knew it wouldn't be a big deal to you, I said, trying to remain happy and calm. Jake made a face and an agitated sound, but I ignored it. I would work this out later with Jake. This moment in time had to be about Micah and this guitar. I was so excited to give it back to him that I easily ignored Jake's mood. I simply smiled at him and nudged my head like he should follow me. Just pull the door, I said from over my shoulder. It'll lock behind you. I walked down the hallway and to the door that led to the stairway, feeling annoyed that he was walking slowly. I'm moving fast since they're all waiting for me, I said. Chapter 7. I went downstairs and through the hallway before walking back to the restaurant where everyone was still gathered. They were still sitting around the same group of tables, and they drew in close to look at the case I was carrying. I cannot believe it, Bertie said. In all my days, I never thought you'd see that guitar again. Don't forget, Bertie, I'm not entirely sure it's Micah's. Only Micah can confirm that. I set the case on the table and slid it in front of him. Different case, but that doesn't mean anything, he said.
"Oh, dang, Claire,"
he added, peeking in. He closed the box as quickly as he opened it, and his steel blue eyes met mine. He was so different than the man who first told me about this guitar, and yet entirely the same. My face fell. Wrong one?
"No, right one,"
he answered, his eyes not leaving mine. I grinned instantly. It is? Seriously? It's yours?
"Yes, Claire."
Open it! I said excitedly. Open it! Other people added. Micah shook his head and gave us a disbelieving smile as he opened the guitar case again. I felt nervous and excited, and I watched his face the whole time. He had taken guitars out of cases thousands of times before, and his movements were smooth and practiced. He effortlessly took it out and turned in his chair to position it on his lap. I was still standing, and I watched his motions out of my periphery because I was staring at his face. He was overwhelmed. I could see it in his expression. I felt compelled to watch him as he struggled to keep it together. I could see his mouth twitch and the muscles in his jaw tense, and I saw his chest rise and fall as he took a deep, calculated breath. He was really trying not to cry, and watching him caused my heart to pound. He blinked.
"I never dreamed I would see this thing again,"
he said, turning it around to inspect the neck where it had been repaired. He rubbed the broken part.
"It looks like someone put a tinted varnish on it to mask the imperfections a bit, but the patch is still visible, and I would know this guitar from a lineup of 10,000 others. This is the one,"
he said. He took a deep breath.
"I'm not going to be a big baby about it. I'm not going to be able to talk about how amazing this is. I'm shocked right now. Thank you, Claire.
He played a few notes on it and smiled.
It's less amazing that you actually found it, and more amazing that you searched so relentlessly for me. I'm so thankful for this, and I'm thankful for you guys, my family. I'm so happy for you, Isaac and Ari."
Micah smiled at me, but we barely made eye contact. I could tell he was overwhelmed, but he was handling it well. I felt overwhelmed seeing him like that. My heart was about to burst. He played the wedding march on his guitar as all this was happening, and everyone laughed. Justin Teague told me his wife got it for him as a joke because he kept saying he wanted to buy a guitar and learn how to play it, but he couldn't decide which brand he wanted.
"I can't believe you got to meet Justin Teague,"
JD said.
"I can't believe Justin Teague found that guitar. Where'd he get it?"
It was my dad who asked, and I turned to him with a regretful shrug. I forgot to ask. I was too excited about the guitar. I told him the story about a friend losing it years ago, and he said our story is better than his, and he gave it to me. He didn't even charge me for it.
"I guess not, if it's going to Micah Lacey,"
my dad said. No, I didn't tell him who it belonged to, I said, only that it belonged to my friend, and that I had been looking for it since he lost it. Micah had been playing lightly the whole time I spoke. He was so talented, and I smiled and got distracted by watching his fingers move. None of us expected Micah to show up to the rehearsal dinner, and we hung out in the restaurant longer than we might have had he not been there. He ended up playing a song on his guitar, and Ari suggested that we all sing along while he played another one. Jake was not amused. Apparently he wasn't much for sing-alongs. He was a musician himself, which I thought was odd. I whispered in his ear afterward and reminded him that I lived upstairs, that he had driven here, and that he was free to leave whenever he wanted. He stayed around for a half hour after that, but he wasn't acting normal. Finally, I just gave up and told everyone I was tired and going upstairs. At this rate, I was planning on breaking up with Jake. I did not want to celebrate my brother's wedding with him acting like this. It wasn't normal for him. We had been dating for long enough that I thought I knew his character, but I didn't like this side of him. I was dealing with thoughts about Jake, but I held it in, acting unaffected in front of my family. All of us went our separate ways when I said I was turning in. Micah had a house in Seattle, and he went there, along with a few others who weren't ready to go home. They asked if I wanted to go, but I turned them down, saying I'd see them tomorrow at the wedding. Jake followed me toward my apartment, saying he would walk me up.
"We need to talk,"
he said at my back as I headed into the stairwell. He sounded upset. "What about?" I asked, turning around. There was an elevator in the building, but I was on the second floor and my apartment was close to the stairwell, so I usually took the stairs. I stopped before I made it to the second step. "What about?" I repeated, having second thoughts about him coming up.
"What do you think it's about?"
he said, scoffing at me.
"You think it's pleasurable for me to hear how much you love Micah Lacey and how you spend your whole life looking and searching for his guitar? And somehow I know nothing about any of this."
He reached out and grabbed my arm. He did it slowly and gently, and he stared at me with an expression of concern like he was trying to get something through to me.
"Claire, can't you see this whole situation is terrible for me?
That's torture, watching you talk about him like he's your boyfriend, and not me." I scowled at him and shook my head. "Micah is like my brother, and—" I stopped speaking when he stared at me with wide eyes and gripped my arm.
"How can you expect me to be the man in this situation and just sit back and let you get away with that kind of behavior?"
He was speaking through gritted teeth, and by the time he finished, he gripped my arm so tightly that it was painful. I yanked my arm away from him, and he let me go. I stared at him as blood pulsed through my body. He had really hurt my arm, and I looked down at it in disbelief. My adrenaline was going, so it was hard to say how bad. But I was hurt. I was hurt, but I was not scared, and I was not about to cower to him or let him get away with that. He didn't advance on me any further. He was standing below me, and I was at the perfect position and angle to lift my foot and pop him right below the belt. I gave his crotch a swift kick with the top of my foot, and he instantly groaned and crumpled in pain, cussing.
"What did you do that for? That hurt."
"You hurt me," I said. I turned over my arm because it was still throbbing. The outside of my forearm was pink and tender-looking, and when I turned it over, I could see redness and what would certainly be bruising. "You really hurt me, Jake."
"You hurt me too,"
he said, leaning over and using the stair rail for support. "My arm really hurts where you did that. It's not appropriate. It's not okay. I'm never going to see you the same. You need to get out of here. And don't come back."
"Wait, are you trying to break up with me?"
he asked. He reached out and grabbed my arm again. He unbelievably reached for the same arm, and I pulled away from him with a violent jerk. "I have mace in my purse," I said. "I never dreamed I would have to say this to you, but really, Jake, don't you dare lay your hand on me again." I backed up a step. "You need to go while you're ahead," I said. "I'm serious. This building is full of my family, and a few of them are fans of the Second Amendment." He cussed again. A stream of profanity left his mouth. "Why are you acting like this, Jake?"
"Because I love you. Don't you see?
I love you. I know we haven't said it, but yeah, we haven't. Because I'm still getting to know you. Obviously, I don't know you very well at all." I turned over my arm, which was becoming redder in the spots where his fingertips had been. There were clear fingerprints on my forearm, and the sight of them caused me so much anger that I might as well have been breathing steam. "Jake, you hurt my arm. You physically hurt me just now. This is the end for whatever we had, and I'm asking you nicely to leave." He started backing up like he knew I was serious. My heart pounded with adrenaline. I always wondered what I would do if a situation ever arose. I could tell Jake didn't expect me to react the way I did, and that made me feel good. I didn't smile, though. I held it together and remained serious. Neither of us said another word. It was awkward, and Jake looked at me the whole time he backed up and let the door close behind him. There was a window in the door, and I could see him as he turned and walked away. I watched him for a while, and then I jogged quickly up to my apartment where I locked the door. I quickly accessed the security cameras on my phone, and I watched as he walked to his truck, which was parked close by in the alley. I lost sight of him after a minute, but he was gone. I took a shower, and I cried. I already had visible bruises on my forearm from where he grabbed me. I could clearly see them as I was standing in the shower, and I had so much pent-up emotion about it that I had to cry a little while. I stood there letting the water hit my body. I couldn't believe I had wasted several months of my life dating a guy who was capable of flipping a switch and doing that. Honestly, even though it just happened, I was ready to forget the whole thing, forget Jake, and move on. I knew that I had done the right thing by defending myself and breaking up with him on the spot, and I didn't want to give him or the arm-squeezing incident any more time and thought than necessary. One time when I was 16, our family pet died, Gertrude. She was a beloved dog, who I had named and loved for 12 years of my life. My whole life, basically. She died of old age one day, and I was devastated, but I had a dance to go to that night, and I really wanted to see the guy. So I pulled up my bootstraps and got myself together and went. When I was there, I told someone that my dog died that day and that I was really sad about it, but the sooner I got out of the house and started carrying on, the better. I acted cool and confident all night, and I realized that the best way to get over something was to get on with your life as quickly as possible. I had since used that night as encouragement so I could look back on it and realize that I was capable of moving on even during times when I didn't feel like it. Maybe that wasn't the same for everyone, but I found that I dealt with traumatic events when I didn't let myself sit and dwell on them. That being said, I couldn't shake the idea that I needed a distraction at that very moment. I felt like I needed to get out of my house even though I planned on staying in for the night. By the time I finished taking my shower, I had decided to leave my apartment. I would go meet my brother and cousins at Micah's house. Chapter 8. It was a 15-minute drive to get to Micah's, and I didn't listen to music on my way, which was rare for me. My mind was full, and it wasn't full of thoughts of Jake or the breakup. I put those thoughts aside. I was remembering the moment earlier when Micah opened the case and saw his guitar. He had become a man in the years since I had known him, a handsome, strong, hard-working man, and he had to blink back actual tears when he saw it. He was truly touched, and I could not stop smiling at the memory as I drove toward his house. Then, a minute later, my thoughts betrayed me and I experienced a flash of Jake's face. I could picture him as he stared at me wide-eyed in that stairway. I imagined the disenchanted face he wore that whole evening. I shook my head a little as if the motion could physically remove the thought from my brain. I was thinking of Micah again as I approached his gate. I had the code memorized and I punched it in only to be told by an automated voice over a speaker that it wasn't valid. I called Micah right away. I assumed and hoped he'd pick up on the first ring, and it had me feeling confused when I listened to 4 rings followed by his voicemail message. I stared into space for a second, and then I called my brother Isaac. He picked up on the first ring. "Hello?" he said. "Hey, I'm at Micah's. Are you over here? I can't get the gate open." "I'm not there, but I know the code." 8662, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. "No, he had to change it while he was out of town. It's 2268. I punched in those numbers while I was still on the phone with Isaac. "Thank you," I said, when the gate began to open. "Congratulations, brother. I love you, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Ari's amazing." "Thank you," he said. "Hey, is Jake going with you to Micah's right now? Am I on speakerphone?" "You are on speaker, but Jake's not with me. Why?"
I was just wondering, Isaac said. I didn't know how many people Micah was wanting to have over. I could tell Isaac was trying to be nice and that he was also hoping Jake wasn't with me.
We broke up,
I said as I pulled into Micah's driveway. You... when? Really? I didn't expect you to say that. Did you really?
Yes.
Because he was acting like a dill hole all night? I laughed a little as I replied. Probably, I said, sounding vague.
I talked to him afterward, and he was really jealous.
Of Micah? Isaac asked.
I experienced a sensation in my chest when my brother assumed he would be jealous of Micah.
Yeah, of that guitar and all that. Did you fight about it? He asked. I remembered kicking him, and I smiled even though I knew I wouldn't mention it. I didn't care if my brother knew that I did that, but I didn't want to tell him that Jake squeezed my arm. I was too embarrassed about it. He was mad, and it made me mad too, and I was already not feeling it with him, so I just ended it. I didn't even intend to tell you that when I called. It's the night before your wedding, so you should be thinking about happy stuff. There will be one less guest at your wedding, though. I can't say as I'm disappointed, Isaac said. I'll support you in whatever makes you happy. You just didn't seem happy with that guy.
Yeah, I kind of lost interest a few months ago, but he was so nice most of the time that I felt bad breaking. I paused mid-sentence, but then continued. I didn't feel bad about it tonight, though. I feel good. It was definitely the right decision. Hey, I'm here. I'm headed inside. There's a couple of cars I don't recognize in his driveway.
Yeah, Ryan was asking if he could invite some of his friends.
All right, well, I'm going inside. Thanks for answering. I'm glad you knew that code.
You're welcome. Love you.
Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye. I hung up the phone and stashed it in my purse as I headed toward the house. Micah's place was lovely. He had bought it a year earlier and could probably afford something even nicer now that he had become a big star. But it was a gorgeous house and plenty to suit his needs. It was a gray stone and stucco exterior with a cobblestone driveway. I walked around to the backyard because I figured that was where everyone was gathered. I came inside another iron gate, and as I rounded a corner, I could see that some people were swimming in his pool. It looked like Ryan and his friends, a few guys. There was another group of people closer to the house, sitting around on couches and chairs in a patio area.
Hey, look what the cat drug in, I heard my brother yell from the pool. I couldn't see him clearly, but I knew he was talking about me, and I smiled and waved in that direction. Hey, Micah said from the table when he saw me. I didn't know what Ryan was talking about with the cat. Micah had a habit of only getting his hair cut once a year, so he looked different every time I saw him. Right now it was longer and shaggy, and I liked it like that.
Yeah, it drug me in,
I said, smiling as I walked toward the outdoor table.
Sitting there was Micah and my cousin J.D., along with J.D.'s wife, Jordan. A couple of friends of the family were there too, Lila and Carson. They weren't a couple, but they were sitting on the same couch. "Oh, hey," I said, when I came close enough to see them all. I didn't know who all was coming over here. Micah stood up. Everyone else stayed sitting since they all assumed I would sit with him. But Micah stood up and came over to me. He made a quick, concerned expression before I hugged him.
"Are you okay?"
he asked as we hugged. "Yeah, why?"
"Because you already had a shower, and I thought you weren't coming."
"Oh, yeah, no, I just decided to come. I couldn't stand being at home knowing you guys were over here hanging out."
"There are drinks in the fridge if you're thirsty,"
he said, gesturing to the house. I shook my head. "I'm fine. Thank you, though." I set down my bag and kicked off my flats. There were multiple spots available for me to sit down, but I chose one close to where Micah was sitting. He went back over to his chair while I was getting situated. I took an empty spot on the end of the same couch where Jordan and J.D. were sitting. I hugged Jordan once I sat down. I could still feel pain at the place on my arm, and again I felt relieved that I made Jake leave. I played it off, smiling and acting like nothing was on my mind. "Oh, there are other people here. I said, noticing some girls come out of the house.
Those are Ryan's friends,
Micah said. They were perfect bikini babes. They had their hair and makeup done, and their sculpted tan midriffs exposed gloriously. It seemed like they had been preparing for this pool party their whole lives. "We all love your bathroom so much," one of them said in a Valley Girl accent. She was talking to Micah, and he responded to her, but I couldn't hear what he said because my cousin leaned over and spoke to me.
"Where's your boyfriend?"
JD asked. "He's not my boyfriend anymore," I said. We were on the same couch, and we spoke quietly enough that I knew no one else could hear us. I could vaguely hear Micah and those girls talking, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. "What happened?" Jordan asked, looking concerned. I was trying to pay attention to the conversation, I really was, but those girls were now not so subtly begging Micah to get into the swimming pool with them.
"I'm good,"
he said, smiling and shaking his head. I only glanced at him for a second because Jordan was waiting for my reply. "I broke up with him after we left the restaurant," I said quietly to her as I shook my head a little. I had been thinking about it already. It was just time. I almost said more, but I decided to keep it simple.
"What happened?"
Micah asked, from behind me. The girls could see that he was interested in our conversation, and they made their way toward the pool.
"What happened?"
he repeated, looking straight at me.
"What did you say a minute ago?"
"She might not want to announce it," JD said. "I don't care," I said. "It's not that big of a deal. I was telling them that me and Jake broke up a little while ago." Micah made a surprised face, and I smiled a little and shrugged.
"He never was a good fit for you anyway,"
JD said. "Is this the one who was with you at the rehearsal dinner?" Lila asked. I nodded in her direction. She had never met Jake before tonight. "We never quite clicked," I said. "I liked him and we dated, but it wasn't serious. I wasn't feeling it."
"So you just broke up with him?"
Micah asked. Again, it was on the tip of my tongue to mention the arm-squeezing incident, but I didn't. I looked at Micah, and he was staring back at me like he supposed there might be more to the story. Maybe he wasn't looking at me that way. Maybe he was just looking at me like normal and I was overthinking it. Micah's blue eyes pierced through me, though. He knew me so well that I was almost certain he could tell I was hiding something. "Why did you date him?" Lila asked. I took a deep breath, thinking about that. Honestly, because when I'm not dating someone, everyone is constantly asking about it. I feel like everyone assumes I should be married and be starting a family. I took a break from dating before I met Jake, and Uncle Jim asked me if I was going to become a spinster. I made a silly face as I shrugged. "I don't even know what that is."
"You don't know what a spinster is?"
JD asked me. "Not really. I know it has to do with not marrying anyone, but it sounds like someone who spins wool to me. Maybe that's what unmarried women do," I added.
"Spin wool?"
JD asked. Everyone laughed.
"Do the two things have to do with each other?"
JD asked, looking at Jordan. She shrugged.
"I'm not even sure that I know what spinning wool is," JD said.
Everyone laughed again because of his delivery, but he shrugged.
"Really? I know what wool is, but I've no idea what it is to spin it."
"It's how you transform a pile of loose wool or fleece into a single thread," Lila said. "You spin it to make the yarn, and then you use that to knit or whatever."
"Don't you do it with that wheel?"
Micah asked. Lila nodded. "There are different ways to do it, but that wheel is one of them." "Didn't somebody in a cartoon prick their finger on one of those?" I asked. "Yes," Jordan said, snapping. "Who was it? Snow White? Sleeping Beauty? It was one of those." "It had to be Sleeping Beauty because Snow White didn't fall asleep, did she?" I asked, trying to remember and feeling confused for a second. "Yes, she did actually," Lila said. "I think," she added, looking more confused than ever. "She did," Jordan said, nodding. "But it wasn't a finger prick, it was an apple. Remember? She ate it." I shook my head, smiling. It's been forever since I watched either of those. I'm not even sure I ever saw the whole movie of Sleeping Beauty. I think I just caught parts of it.
"Either way, I'm still not sure if the word spinster has to do with spinning wool,"
JD said.
And you're not going to be a spinster. My dad was joking with you."
"I know he was," I said with a little shrug. "I'm not sure I won't end up being one of those, but I know your dad didn't mean anything by it. I'm just saying everyone notices when I stay single for too long, and I had been single for a year when I met Jake." "So you jumped on it?" Lila asked. "I guess," I responded.
"I always thought you and Micah had a thing,"
Carson said. That suggestion sent a wave of nervous energy through me, but I remained calm and collected on the outside.
"Claire's had enough of relationships for one night,"
Micah said.
"Plus, she hates broken things."
Chapter 9. My head whipped around and I stared straight at Micah when he said I hated broken things. I tried to say something, but I was speechless. I never said I didn't. That's not about people. That's about... And you... We didn't... I looked at everyone else. Micah can have any girl he wants, and I'm the opposite of his type anyway, I said confidently, shaking my head.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Micah asked, sitting up in his seat. "Every love song you ever write is about long-legged brunettes, and I am the opposite of that. He does have a thing for brunettes in his music," Lila said. She made a pouting face, since that left her out. My heart had sped up considerably during this conversation, but I still tried to play it off. "How long have you and Claire known each other?" Jordan asked. She laughed. "No pressure. I was just wondering. Unrelated question." "Micah lived in Rita's hideaway years before I did," Lila said, knowing she was in good company and could speak openly. Lila had been physically abused by her ex, and she recently lived in that same upstairs room where Micah had stayed all those years ago. "I knew he lived up there," Jordan agreed. "I just didn't know exactly how long ago that was."
"I met Claire the day Rita took me in, basically, which has been 7 years, going on 8,
Micah said.
"I had a different name back then. My first name is Logan."
"Is Micah your middle name?" Lila asked.
"No, I got it off of the Bible verse that's painted on the wall."
"I remember that verse," Lila said. "It's still written up there. Something about being humble. What made you pick that?"
"Claire and I had a conversation in that room that made my soul get saved, and I don't know. In that moment, I just knew I needed to be someone new."
I sat up in my seat, and the motion caused Micah to look at me again. I shook my head, thinking about it. "I remember that conversation, and you said you had been thinking about changing your name before that."
"I lied,"
he said in a matter-of-fact tone, causing others to laugh. "You lied 3 seconds after your soul got saved?" I asked, smiling and teasing him. He shrugged and shook his head.
"I've learned that unfortunately getting saved isn't a cure for bad decisions. I've lied since then, too. I lie in my songs all the time."
I swallowed hard, and my mind raced to think of what he could possibly mean by that. He and I were looking at each other, and neither of us knew what the other was thinking. "Speaking of songs," Lila said, "I want to check out that guitar. I couldn't see it at the restaurant. Do you have it here? I can't believe Justin Teague had it." How was it meeting him? She directed that last question to me, and I blinked, still feeling distracted and a little stunned. What was Micah implying when he said he lied? "It was great," I said, answering Lila on autopilot. "Justin's really nice. I only talked to him on FaceTime, though. I didn't actually meet him in person." I had glanced at Lila when I said it, but I looked at Micah afterward. Our eyes met, and again his expression was unreadable. "Heads up!" We heard a yell from the pool area, and I turned just in time to see a ball coming straight at me. It was thrown hard, so I didn't have time to react or try to catch it. I flinched as I felt the impact. Instant wetness. The ball was soft, so it didn't technically hurt when it hit my shoulder and the side of my neck. But it was full of water, and a lot of it came out on impact. I was suddenly soaked, and I gasped at the unexpected blow and then yelled in disappointment, "Ah," I said as I sat up and looked at my shirt.
"I'm so sorry, Claire," was among the yelling I heard from the pool.
Ryan got out and instantly started heading toward me. He turned and yelled at his friend from over his shoulder.
"Nice throw, Cody,"
he said sarcastically.
"I'm so sorry, Claire. I didn't mean to do it. Braxton should have caught that."
The two of them went on bickering about whose fault it was. People got up from their seats to come to my rescue. Jordan had leaned toward me as if to shield me from any further attack, and Micah got up and headed to get a towel.
"Throw me that towel,"
I heard him say. But I was already in motion, standing and knowing I needed to change. The offending ball was at my feet, so I gave it a kick, my own temper making my foot wet. I had to smile. My soaking wet, shirtless brother came to me with open arms, and I went ahead and hugged him since I was drenched anyway.
"I'm sorry," he said. "He didn't mean to do it."
"I know," I said. Micah came toward me with a towel, and I leaned over so I could take it from him. "Thank you," I said, looking at him.
"I'll go inside and get you a dry shirt," he said.
Our eyes met when he said that. His eyes were light blue with darker edges, and I stared at the color. I had noticed them before, but not like tonight. I blinked and looked away, and the comment about lying in his songs replayed in my mind. I wondered what he meant by it. "I'm coming with you," I said, following him. "We'll be right back," I said to everyone else.
"I'm sorry, Claire."
My brother's friend, Cody, came up to me with his arms open wide like he was coming in for a hug. I had the towel in front of my chest, and I reached out for a one-armed hug. "It's fine," I said.
"Just come swimming with us,"
he said, pulling my arm as we let go.
"She's going inside to change,"
Micah said. "Yeah, I'm not up for swimming," I agreed. "Thanks, though, Cody. We'll be right back." I turned with Micah and started walking into his house. I scanned the backside of his body as he led me inside. He wasn't a bodybuilder or anything, but he had been working out, and he was a substantial man now. He had been that way for years, so I didn't understand why I was noticing tonight. I couldn't help it. He was irresistible. It was like my eyes were open to him in a different way. I told myself that maybe it was because I was hurt by Jake and I needed positive male attention. "I need another long-sleeve shirt," I said to Micah at the thought. He looked at me with a curious expression when I said that.
"Why?"
he said. "Because," I replied. Micah knew me better than just about anyone. He could tell instantly that I was hiding something, and his curious expression intensified. "I just want a long-sleeve shirt." He stopped in the middle of his kitchen and tilted his head at me.
"Why, Claire?"
I knew better than to try to lie to him. He could see straight through me. I took off walking again toward his bedroom because I knew that was where we were headed. Jake grabbed my arm earlier and it left a mark. It's no big deal. I just don't want anyone noticing. Which really sucks because I had a pretty blue dress that I was going to wear tomorrow, and I'm not going to be able to. At least they're not doing bridesmaids and all that. I can just switch my outfit. I was planning on saying more, but I realized Micah wasn't with me. He had stopped walking. I stopped in my tracks and looked back at him. He stood there, looking stunned.
"What did you say?"
he asked, shaking his head a little like he couldn't possibly have heard me correctly. "That I need a long shirt."
"I heard that. But why do you need it? Did you say that dude hurt you?"
He was squinting at me like I couldn't have possibly said that. "He squeezed my arm and it left a mark, Micah, and that's why I broke up with him."
"Let me see it,"
he said. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and I smiled at him. "It's nothing," I said.
"Please let me see your arm, Claire."
I glanced outside to make sure no one was paying attention to us, but I couldn't see anyone from where we were standing. I pushed up my sleeve and held out my forearm. There was a longer red mark on the front of my arm. It was lighter and less noticeable than the underside, so I flashed that at him. "It's not that big of a deal," I said, trying to make light of things. Micah stepped forward and gently took a hold of my wrist. His dining room table and chairs were close by, and I reached out and steadied myself on the back of a chair. I felt nervous and embarrassed, and I could do nothing but stand there and watch as Micah gently turned my arm over. I closed my eyes as he looked down at it. I knew what he would find. There were 3 dark spots and a 4th that wasn't as bad as the others. I had looked at them 100 times in the shower. I only kept my eyes closed for a few seconds, and when I opened them, Micah was looking straight at me.
"Are these fingerprints?"
he asked me, trying to remain calm. I nodded, barely, and he closed his eyes for a few seconds and took a deep breath like he was the one trying to calm himself down. He sighed in a strained way that sounded like he was experiencing some sort of pain. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse and his words came slowly.
"I will actually hunt him down and... Is this the first time this happened, Claire?"
"Yes," I said, feeling ashamed and pulling my arm away. I regretted doing it instantly, and I put my hand back in his as soon as we broke contact. Micah's fingertips were rough and calloused from years of playing the guitar. "It was the first time," I said, and I paid him back for doing it before he left. I tilted my head and continued, "But it's over now, and I don't want to bring it up with my family. I don't want any of them to know about it." Micah was silent for a moment as he held on to my hand.
"Why did he do it?"
he asked calmly. I bit the inside of my cheek, thinking about how to answer that. I opted for the truth. Because he was jealous.
"Of what?"
Nothing and everything.
"What does that even mean?"
he asked, looking confused. "The guitar, I guess. He was mad that I didn't tell him about it."
"Why would you tell him about it? It's my guitar. It has nothing to do with him."
He paused for a second and pulled me into a hug.
"I'm so sorry, Claire. I can't believe this was about the guitar. I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry," I said, hugging him back. "You didn't do anything." I rested the side of my face on his chest and stayed there for a moment in his embrace. His arms came gently around me, holding me securely but not tightly. I wrapped my arms around his middle and held onto him firmly like he was holding on to me. "I love you," I said. It was something we had said to each other lots of times over the years, so it came out naturally.
"I love you too, Claire. I really do."
Chapter 10. During the course of the night, I started to experience feelings for Micah. It was as if I was meeting him for the first time. Physically, I started to notice things about him that I had never noticed before. I became aware of him when he mentioned lying in his songs, and then I felt a rush of something when he was holding my hand. His eyes had always been the same. They were an amazing shade of blue, and I had noticed them lots of times in the past. But now it was as if I could see them for the first time. I would catch myself staring at him, not just at his eyes, but everything. His straight nose, his eyebrows, his jaw, his mouth. It felt dangerous looking at his mouth. I had never noticed Jake's mouth. We had kissed, but we didn't kiss every time we saw each other, and I certainly never stared at his mouth while he spoke. Our relationship was slow to progress, and I didn't see as much of him as I did my past boyfriends. Looking back, I hated that I didn't end things with him sooner. Sometimes I had a problem with being too nice. The Jake situation was over. Now I would focus on my present and future. Micah. He was invading my thoughts in a different way all night. Ryan and his friends were the last ones at Micah's. For the last 2 hours of the evening, it was just them and me. They stayed in or around the pool while Micah and I sat on the patio and talked. He played songs for me on the guitar. He never sang. He only played. Both of us knew that if he started singing, Ryan and his friends would think a concert was happening and come over to us. Micah sat with his back to them and played so quietly that none of them saw or heard what was going on. When he wasn't playing, we talked. He was currently on tour, and he shared some of the highs and lows of being on the road. We never kissed or made physical contact, but I left his house feeling like things were different between Micah and me. They were definitely different for me. I needed to ask Micah how he felt. I wondered if he was starting to have feelings for me or if I was just imagining things. But our eye contact had been extended, and I wanted to believe that he was attracted to me in that way. He walked me to my car and we hugged when I left. But I was walking out with Ryan and the others, so we had no time alone. I thought about him all night, though. Jake had fallen out of my mind so freely and easily that it was as if he had never been a part of my life in the first place. All I had left of him was a bruise on my arm. It was late when I got home, and it took me a while to fall asleep. I thought a lot that night. Isaac and Ari's wedding was perfect. She had her two sisters stand at the altar with her, and Ryan and J.D. stood with Isaac. It was a simple ceremony, and the rehearsal the night before was mainly so that Ari's family could meet us and see the restaurant. There were about 100 guests at the wedding, and I was a hostess since I knew all of them. I talked to Micah when he first arrived, but things were different for me with him. I was nervous around him now. I bought him clothes, shoes, and accessories all the time. Anytime I stumbled upon something that reminded me of Micah, I bought it and saved it. I would mail packages to him or give him a haul when he was back home in Seattle. Today, though, he wasn't wearing anything I had bought him. It was a new suit, new shoes, new tie. None of it was from me, and it all looked amazing on him. It was a brown, vintage-inspired 3-piece suit, and he was wearing a white shirt and a red tie. He looked as though he had been styled by a professional, and the suit fit him like a glove. His hair was combed back, and he had shaved his face. I was taken aback, honestly. Micah had money. He had good taste, and he always wore cool clothes. But this was the most dapper outfit I had ever seen him in. I, on the other hand, was slightly self-conscious. I wore the blue dress I intended to wear. I felt like if I changed my outfit, that meant I was letting the bruise control me. So I decided to wear what I wanted. I did put a Band-Aid on the underside of my arm. It hid 3 out of the 4 fingerprints, and it was not nearly as obvious. The one on the outside of my forearm wasn't a problem after a little makeup. Besides, I was always working with clothes and boxes, and a bruise here and there wasn't uncommon for me. Everyone was so preoccupied with Isaac and his day that no one noticed it. I filled them in on the fact that Jake and I had broken up, but no one seemed surprised or concerned about it since they could tell that I was happy. The wedding and reception were both at the same place, all in one room, actually. It was a venue that was designed for these exact occasions. The ceremony happened while the guests sat in the chairs toward the front of the room, and then when it was over, we all got directed to the back of the giant room where a catering company would serve dinner. I had been sitting with my parents in the front row. Micah sat right behind us with Bertie and the rest of my family. I turned to him once the ceremony was over and they announced that people should start moving to the reception area. "Hey," I said, staying back with Micah even though my parents and brother took off.
"Hey,"
Micah said. He was situated 3 or 4 seats over, and he walked toward me. There was a row of chairs separating us, and I propped my knee on one of them so that I could get comfortable and get closer to him. "Hey," I said again.
"That was short and sweet,"
he said. "Yeah, I know," I agreed, nodding.
"Your dress is..."
He looked me over and paused like he was at a loss for words.
"It's my favorite color on you."
I smiled.
"I hate seeing that,"
he added, glancing down at my arm only for a second. "Claire! Aunt Tammy's leaving," my mom said from across the room. "Bye, Aunt Tammy. Uncle Carl. I love you." "Love you too, baby," my aunt yelled. I looked at Micah with a smile after I spoke to my aunt. He had been talking about my arm when we got interrupted, but I chose to forget about that. My dress matches your eyes, I said, going back to his previous comment.
Yours too,
he said. I squinted at him. We always talked about our eyes both being blue. He knew mine were not nearly as bright and striking as his, but he always told me we matched.
I can only stay for like an hour,
Micah said. Why? I asked, my heart sinking.
I'm flying back to Texas.
I thought you were leaving in the morning, I said, my face looking as disappointed as I felt.
My manager texted me this morning. He changed my flight tonight. He didn't want to cut it too close since I have a show tomorrow night.
Wow, I didn't expect you to say you only had an hour. It's only 6 o'clock. I thought we'd get to hang out all night. He smiled, and I couldn't take it. You look so handsome, I said. I reached out to pat the side of his jaw in a familiar, sisterly move, but then my fingers felt on fire when I touched him, so I pulled back. I shifted my stance to stand instead of leaning on the chair.
Thank you,
he said. I'm a little jealous that someone else knows how to dress you so well.
Even if that someone is me?
He asked, making me smile. Kind of, I said, laughing. Is that sick or what? Did you pick out that suit?
I'll take your jealousy any way I can get it,
he said, not hearing my last sentence. The suit, the stare, the smile, the words he said, it was all too much. My heart was racing like Micah was some movie star I'd had a crush on my whole life. What was happening to me? Well, you did amazing on this suit, I said. I didn't know you could look this good without me.
Nothing's good without you,
he said. I was speechless. That statement caused a traffic jam of thoughts in my mind, and I could not get words to come out of my mouth. I looked down and let out a shy laugh, and then something crossed my mind. Micah, you said last night, I thought about the conversation we had last night, and you said that I don't like broken things, but that doesn't, you're not, myself am broken. Everyone's broken. Broken things are different than broken people. All people are broken. He gave me a forgiving, patient grin.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, but I think we all know that I'm more broken than most people. I'm pretty sure those early days of me being so sick are still scorched into your mind.
No, they're not, I said, shaking my head. You've seen me sick, Micah. He grinned.
You know what I mean.
He was being light-hearted about it. No, I don't think I do. What do you mean?
I mean that homeless drug addict isn't your type, Claire. And even if it was, it's not what you deserve.
Well, you're not that. And maybe it is my type. Maybe you're wrong. Micah's smile faded a bit, and he took a deep breath, stepping toward me and stretching a little.
Claire, I have loved you since day one. So I just want to warn you that any claim that I might be your type is only teasing me.
My face fell. What? I'm not trying to tease you. I'm not your type either.
You mentioned that last night.
Yeah, how every song you write talks about girls with dark hair and long legs and lipstick.
You wear lipstick.
Not like those girls.
Those girls are made up.
Well, you make up girls who look nothing like me.
Because if I tell the truth, it would be obvious.
What would be obvious?
That I'm a hopeless fool, Claire. That there's one woman. There's only ever been one woman who I can't get out of my mind, and she is unattainable for me. So I write my songs to be the opposite of her.
Who is she? I asked, feeling like my heart might fall out of my chest. Micah tilted his head at me and gave me a wry smile.
Claire, you know I love you.
Like a sister?
Sure.
What then?
I wish I just loved you like a sister.
Why do you wish that?
Because then I could be happy with someone else.
A jolt of some kind of liquid happened in my body.
Maybe I don't want you to be happy with someone else, I said, reacting and feeling jealous.
He grinned and shook his head.
I don't know what got into you today, but you're being funny.
I'm not trying to be funny, I said, shaking my head a little and not cracking a smile.
What are you trying to do then?
I don't know exactly. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm being sincere, though, Micah. I'm not trying to be funny. I'll tell you that.
I think you had a long night with your boyfriend last night, and you just need someone who...
He reached out like he was going to give me a comforting hug as he spoke, but I pulled back. I'm not, I said, cutting him off and pulling back so I could focus on him. I don't need someone to do whatever you were about to say. I'm not sad about Jake or breaking up with him or anything that happened.
What are you saying then?
I don't know, Micah. I don't know what I'm saying. My mom called for me from across the way, and I put up my finger to let her know I was busy, and I'd come when I could. I had just spit it out. Micah would be leaving soon, and I needed to get this whole thing straight. Do you like me, Micah? For more than a friend? He grinned as he looked me over. He was so confident and sure of himself, and I felt like a nervous wreck.
I only ever liked you as more than a friend, Claire. I'm only your friend because that's what you need me to be. And the small fact that I'm about 50 levels under you and don't deserve you at all.
Micah, you are a huge star. You can have any woman you want. I saw you in a photo with Taylor Swift. If anything, I'm 50 levels under you, whatever that means.
Claire.
What?
What got into you? You don't see me like this.
How do you know what I see you like?
Because you've said it about 1,000,000 times over the years. My friend Micah. My best friend, Micah.
Well, you are, I said.
Exactly. So there's no need to pretend to...
I'm not pretending, I said. And it's not about Jake or what he did to me last night. I'm not sad. I'm not saying these things because of that. I just 1 second, Mom! I'll be right there. I looked at Micah regretfully. They want to take a picture. She wants both of us over there. I think they're waiting on us. We stiffly started walking across the sprawling room. We moved slowly in spite of the fact that people were waiting on us.
Let me be clear,
Micah said, looking at me before we were in earshot of them.
I will take anything you are offering.
Chapter 11. My heart. Was my heart even in my chest anymore? Micah said he would take anything I was offering, and I felt like he meant he wanted everything with me. It was surreal to believe that he wanted me as much as I suddenly found myself wanting him. We walked toward the group of family that was standing around taking photos, and I reached out and grabbed his hand. I had touched Micah lots of times before. I had even held his hand before, but this time I meant it. We had been friends for so long that no one gave us a second glance for walking up like that. Okay, let's do the one with our immediate family, my mom said as we came near. She motioned for me to go to them, and I dropped Micah's hand and went that way. I looked back at him from over my shoulder. Our eyes locked for a second or two, and I hoped it was enough. I hoped he felt what I felt. When I turned, my mom was waving at me to come into the photograph. It took a second, but I positioned myself next to Isaac where everyone was telling me to go. It was beautiful, I said to my brother as I was getting in place. The ceremony. He glanced over at me.
Thank you,
he said. The photographer was telling my dad to move, and Isaac took the opportunity to lean in.
Don't play with him,
he said to me. Who? I asked.
I saw you hold his hand just now. Micah, don't play with him.
What do you mean?
Don't hold his hand like that. He loves you, and that's just... Okay, we're ready, the photographer announced. Isaac stood up straight just in time for the photographer to start snapping. We took several photos, all while my thoughts were going 90 to nothing. I tried my best to smile. The photographer invited a few of Ari's family to get into the photograph, and while they were working on that, I looked at Isaac again. He would freak out if he knew I was telling you this, but he has feelings for you, and I don't want to see him get hurt. Isaac was being really quiet about it. No one but me could hear him. I could tell he was genuinely concerned for Micah. I leaned in and spoke next to my brother's ear. How would you know if he has feelings for me? He pulled back and looked at me. Thankfully, the photographer was still busy positioning Ari's family. Isaac and I stared at each other. It seemed like he was thinking about what to say to me. You don't need to worry about this on your wedding day anyway, I said. Just be careful. I know he's your friend and everything, but he loves you for real, Claire. Don't you dare tell him I told you that.
Did he tell you he likes me? He shrugged.
He doesn't have to tell me that anymore. Okay, everyone, eyes on me, the photographer called out for us to focus, and I stood up straight and turned to smile. My feelings were all over the map. I felt such excitement and adrenaline from my conversation with Micah, and then it only intensified when I was holding his hand. I was already shaken up when my brother whispered in my ear. I knew my brother, and I could tell he was being serious and sincere. Isaac said Micah loved me. He said it like he was being protective of Micah, which made me happy and sad at the same time. I smiled at the camera, all the while aware of Micah's presence. Lila was talking to him. I could see her. She was cute, and they shared some of the same history in Rita's room. They had a lot in common, and suddenly I was jealous of her. I had to stay in the photograph for a few more shots while other family members came and went. After a minute, Isaac called for Micah to come into the photo. He aimed for the edge, but Isaac and I both waved him over, and he came to stand to Isaac. Isaac put his arm around Micah, and they had a quiet exchange much the same as Isaac and me. I had no idea what they said to each other, and I was standing right there. There were more photos taken. We stayed up there for a few more minutes while more and more people got added to the photo. By the time the last group got added, Micah had shifted away from me and then next to me again. My arm was on fire where it was touching his, and there were at least 2 layers of fabric between us. I shifted my weight and leaned against him even though it wasn't necessary. The photographer snapped a few, and then he began to give instructions to Uncle Jim and some other people in the back. I had wasted too much time. Now I was feeling helplessly in love, like I couldn't get close enough to Micah. Becoming aware of time being wasted was enough to spur me to act. I let my hand touch his, and with no hesitation, he took my hand securely in his. He turned to look at me. I reached out and held onto his arm with my free hand. I gently latched onto him, staring up at him as he focused on me. He worked out and took care of his body. He stood up straight and had confidence and looked like a rock star. I could barely see that first guy I met, the one who seemed like a lost little brother to me. Micah was no longer that man. I was breathless as I looked up at him now. People were murmuring around us, trying to get Uncle Jim situated, and I just stared at Micah. I could see his chest rise and fall. Isaac said he told you my secret,
he said quietly. I grinned. I liked that secret, I said. Is it true? The butterflies were out of control. I felt like I could actually fly away, blast off into outer space. I had never in my life felt so attracted to a man, and unbelievably, it was a man I had been around countless times before.
Of course it's true, Claire. I would do anything to be with you.
He spoke slowly and quietly, and I hung on his every word. His face, his gorgeous, square jaw, he smelled clean.
Are you for real right now, with how you're looking at me, Claire?
He asked the question quietly, his mouth barely moving as he stared down at me. The photographer called for our attention before I had the chance to answer. I turned to face the camera without answering, but I did not let go of Micah. I would be obviously holding on to him in the pictures, and I didn't care. The photographer either didn't see us or didn't care, because he never said anything to me. I had to let go of him after we were finished. Isaac wanted to get a photo with just the guys, so I walked toward the other side of the room so I could start making my plate from the buffet. I glanced back constantly, and I saw it when Micah and Isaac started talking again. They spoke for what must have been 5 or 10 minutes, long enough for me to talk to several people and make my plate. Finally, I walked back over to them, carefully balancing my plate in my hands.
Micah's leaving for Austin tonight,
Isaac said, seeing me walk up to them. I know, I said. He told me. That's why I'm trying to spend all my seconds with him, and you're over here hogging him. It's your wedding night. Go ahead and be with your bride. Isaac looked me over.
Micah's only got a few more weeks on the road before he can come home for a while.
I know, I said.
And when he comes home next time, we'll both assume that you won't have another boyfriend that he has to contend with.
I will have another boyfriend, just not one that he has to contend with, I said. I balanced my plate in one hand as I took Micah's hand with the other. Congratulations, brother, I said. People were all around us, and it was too chaotic for me to think about what I had just said. I sat at a table and shared that plate of food with Micah. We talked to each other and those around us for the next half hour or so, but we stayed together the entire time. Finally, he sat back in his chair, rubbing his thighs and taking a deep breath as he regarded me.
I have to leave in a minute,
he said. Micah had been back and forth, in and out of Seattle for the past 4 or 5 years, and never before had I felt so desperately sad to see him go. How many days until you get back? I asked. He grinned.
3 weeks.
21, I said.
21, he replied. Austin, then Oklahoma City, then Nashville, then I'm not sure after that. I think maybe Charlotte.
I'm going to miss you, I said. I always said nice things to Micah when he left town. I'd say, have fun, you're a rock star, I'm proud of you, stay cool. I'd say any number of things to him. I switched it up, but I had never said I'd miss him. I did miss him when he wasn't in town, but I had never said as much to him. And there I was, staring him straight in his baby blue eyes and saying it shamelessly.
Will you now, Claire?
His smirk was irresistible. He knew. He could tell something had changed in me. I begged myself to play it cool, but I could not stop staring at him. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Yes, I will. I wish you didn't have to fly out tonight.
Right about now, Claire, I'm really wishing I didn't have to fly out tonight, too.
His words and his stare were both full of promise, and I felt so much anticipation that I could burst. His face was angelic. It seemed I hadn't missed my chance with Micah, even though it took me all these years to understand how wonderful he was, and that being with him was an option. It seemed as if Micah already loved me that way before I knew I loved him. I was so grateful in that moment that tears rose to my eyes. Oof, I need to stand up, I said, staring at the ceiling and holding my eyes wide, blinking.
What's the matter?
Micah said, standing next to me. Oh, nothing, I said. I was just thinking about using the restroom really quick. I lied. Tears threatened to spill onto my cheeks, and I said, I'll be right back. I barely glanced at Micah as I walked away. He looked a little curious about my departure, but about 3 different people were waiting to talk to him when I walked off. Chapter 12. The venue was small, and I stood in the 2-stall women's restroom staring at myself in the mirror. I carried a compact of powder with me, and I used it sometimes in my car. But I wasn't usually the type to powder my nose in a public restroom. No one was in there with me, though, and a few tears had fallen onto my cheeks as I walked this way, so I decided to use a little. I dug in my small purse and retrieved the powder. I experienced waves of emotion. I was happy and grateful for Micah and my newfound feelings for him, and that made me so very sad that he was leaving. I knew it was irrational for me to be so emotional when Micah had come and gone so many times before, but feelings were irrational sometimes. I couldn't stop myself from crying. A few more tears fell as I stood there. But it only took seconds for me to get myself together and finish powdering my cheeks. I was caught in the act, however, by my mom's sister. "Hey, Aunt Millie," I said, practicing my unaffected tone as I performed one last swipe of powder under my eyes. "Oh, sweetheart," she said. It sounded like she felt sorry for me, and I looked her way to see that she was coming toward me with open arms. I hugged her. "I cried like a baby the day your Uncle Jason got married," she said. "There's just something about brothers getting married. Ari seems like such a nice girl, though." "Oh, I'm happy for Isaac. I love Ari." "I know, but it's still hard. You almost feel like you're losing a brother." My feelings had nothing to do with that. Isaac hadn't crossed my mind. I was not sad at all about his wedding, but I also wasn't going to get into details about my real feelings. "If anything, they're happy tears," I said, powdering my face again just to have something to do with my hands. "I'm happy for them." "Me too," she agreed. It seemed like she was content with my explanation because she smiled and nodded and made her way into one of the stalls. I stared at myself for a few more seconds. I was relatively sure I didn't look like I had been crying. Aunt Millie had only known because she saw me wiping my tears when she came in. I decided I was confident enough to head back out there, and I assumed I wouldn't be asked any questions about it. I found Micah instantly. He was talking to my parents and Ryan. Bertie and Uncle Jim were close by, and I walked that way. I hated to waste a single second being apart from him, and I moved quickly toward them. That suit was flawless on Michael. He looked like he should be in a movie, and he smiled casually and comfortably with my family like he always did. I wanted to run to him and throw myself into his arms. Everyone would cheer for us. I wished it was our wedding night. My mind raced, and I wondered how there had ever been a time when I didn't realize how much I loved him. I saw myself with Micah. I saw my future with him. I hoped he wanted a future with me. He caught sight of me as I approached, and he smiled. He shook his head a little as he watched me walk up to him. I had no idea what he was thinking.
"Claire, what's that show with the brothers? They were gangsters in the olden days. We watched it when we went on that trip to California. Micah's suit looks like that." I didn't remember the movie Ryan was talking about, so I just shook my head and gave him a little shrug. Others were talking anyway. My dad had been saying something about work he was doing on a rental house. I assumed he and Micah had been talking. My dad was into real estate, and Micah had taken some advice from him in recent years. Micah turned to respond to my dad. I stood next to him, but I didn't reach out and hold his hand. Refraining from doing it was like torture. I wanted to latch onto his arm like I did in the picture earlier.
"Micah was just telling us that he had to leave in a minute," my mom said to me. "I know," I said, nodding. "He's got to go to the airport soon. He's flying out tonight." "Texas," my mom said. I nodded. "And then a bunch of other towns, but he's coming home in a few weeks. They were talking about how big his crowds were now since that Spider-Man song came out." I nodded, my heart still racing. "I've heard it playing in 3 stores lately," Bertie said. "That's amazing," my mom said, shaking her head. I shrugged. Well, in some ways, I'm sure it was better before that song came out and he got so famous. I bet there's something to be said for smaller venues. My mom made a face for me to shush, like she didn't want Micah to overhear me, but my thoughts were in a different place. Thinking about his success made me feel guilty for falling in love with him. I didn't care about his fame. That was not a factor in all of this. If anything, I was jealous of all the female attention, and I wished he wasn't as famous. I had basically said that to my mom, but thankfully, I was vague enough, and she misunderstood. Micah reached out for me as he finished talking to my dad. I easily went to him, taking a step closer and reaching out, touching his arm, holding his hand.
"I hate to leave, but it's that time,"
he said. "I'll walk you to your car when you go," I said.
"Okay,"
he said, nodding.
"I'm ready."
Micah had a lot of goodbyes to say, and it took us another 5 minutes to get to the door. We behaved naturally. If it seemed like a good time to hold hands or make contact, we would. And we also broke contact if needed. Our bodies found each other constantly, though. We were holding hands as we walked out. In the back of my mind, I knew my family would have questions when I came back, but I did not let that stop me. I had wasted enough time, and intended to waste no more of it. Micah held the door open for me, and as I walked past him, I leaned up to put a kiss on his cheek. It was a last-minute decision, and I only let myself touch him for a second before continuing on like nothing had happened. My mouth was on his warm cheek just long enough to cause my chest to ache.
"Everyone saw that just now,"
he said, letting the door close behind him. "Nuh-uh. Nobody's paying attention to us."
"What?" "Yes, they were. I looked back after you did that and Bertie's jaw was on the floor."
"It was not," I said, laughing and shaking my head at him.
"It was. I promise. And everyone was already looking at us before you did that."
"Why? Because I was holding your hand?"
"Yeah. You were holding my hand, and you were looking at me."
"I look at you all the time," I said, taking his hand again. Micah glanced over at me as we walked.
"Not like this,"
he said. "Where did you park?" I asked. I didn't care. I was just trying to say something normal, something besides how much I loved him and how devastated I was that he was leaving.
"Right there,"
he said. Micah had a car and a truck, and he had come in his car. Both of them were nice and new, but understated for how much money he made. His car was a sleek gray Audi with a special sports engine. It had nice rims and tires and a stick shift. Micah enjoyed driving, and he bought this car because it was fun for him. He got it a couple of years ago, and he tried to teach me how to drive a Standard, but I didn't take to it. We walked up to it, and I put my hand on the back of it as he made his way to the driver's side. He didn't bother opening the door. He turned and leaned against the car. I glanced back at the wedding venue, but our spot between cars felt mostly secluded. I was so happy that he didn't sit in his car, and I approached him smiling. He took off his jacket, folded it over, and tossed it on top of his car. I watched in awe as he loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. I felt warm and melty watching him do that. And I walked toward him and got situated next to him with my body close enough to touch his. I turned to lean against the car just like he was doing, letting my shoulder touch his. I reached over and held his hand. I was nervous, but I saw the seconds leaving us as if they were the final few grains of sand in an hourglass. "I'm sorry, Micah," I said.
"For what?"
"Did you like me before this?" I asked, feeling nervous. I watched his profile as he stared straight ahead at my uncle's truck. He smiled and wiped his face with his hand as if he was attempting to clear the expression. "Do you think it's funny that I would ask?"
"Not really. But I think it's funny that you don't already know."
I rested my face against his shoulder, holding onto his arm. There was only a thin piece of fabric separating our skin, and I could feel the warmth of his arm. He had muscles, and I used my fingertips to run up his forearm. Micah turned and stepped in front of me. I was leaning against the car and I stared at him, hoping and praying that he would touch me. I would do anything to have him kiss me.
Claire, I do not know what's going on here, but I'm just warning you. I'm not going to do anything to stop it.
I don't want you to stop it, Micah. His blue eyes were locked on mine, and he brought his hand up to my cheek. It was with great tenderness and gentleness that he touched the side of my face. He stared at me like I was something precious. I had never been on the other side of a stare like this. His eyes roamed over my face, and I watched him, feeling overwhelmed by his expression. His eyes glossed over, and I could tell that he was on the verge of tears. I knew he had to leave soon, and I expected him to kiss me. I wanted that. I was aching to be pressed against him, and the gentle contact on my cheek was glorious and torturous at the same time.
I do not deserve you, he said, still looking at me. I'm as broken as they come, Claire. I need you to remember those days in Rita's room. I need you to know that I'm still that same guy. Just because I have a few fans and a fancy suit doesn't mean I was afraid you would think this was about your success, I said. Please don't think that. What's it about?
He asked. I don't know, Micah. I don't know what shifted. I have no clue what caused it. But I look at you now, and I see all sorts of... I see the man I trailed off and let my forehead fall against his chest. I was at a loss for words. He touched the back of my head, holding me close. I'm sorry, Micah. I don't know what to say right now or how to say it. I don't know what gave me these feelings, honestly. I've always known that you're a wonderful person, but I guess I just never thought the two of us... I don't know what I thought. I don't know what to say right now. My feelings are all over the place. My head was still resting on his chest, and his hand caressed the back of it.
Just tell me what you're feeling,
he said. I'm feeling overwhelmed with gratitude that you're standing out here with me, holding me, touching me, talking to me like you love me. I'm broken too, Micah. I'm broken for not seeing any of this before. I feel terrible that I wasted time, and I'm also feeling like I'm aching for your touch right now. Like my body might not be able to function properly once you let me go. I need you in a different way than I needed you before, and maybe in a different way than you need me. I don't know how you love me. I know you love me, but I don't know in what way. I look at you and I see I also feel really sad right now. I hate that you're leaving. I feel like 3 weeks is forever, and I'm already desperate to see you again.
What do you see when you look at me?
He asked. I heard the sound of his deep voice in his chest, and I ached, yearning to get physically closer to him. I wrapped my arms around him, holding on to him.
You said you saw something when you looked at me and you never finished, he said.
I don't know what I was going to say. I see myself and my life when I look at you. I see a future, maybe. I have hope that I just really regret not holding your hand sooner. Chapter 13. Micah Lacey. Claire was shivering. It was late May, and it was not cold outside, yet Claire was shaking as she stood there and spoke to him. She was nervous and jittery and fumbling over her words, and Micah had never seen something so beautiful in his whole life. She rested her back against the car, and he stood facing her.
Is it possible that you love me, Claire?
Yes, it's possible. I've always loved you. He pulled back a little.
That's what I'm afraid of, he said. Do you feel right now like you've always felt?
She didn't say anything, but she shook her head.
No?
He asked. No, she said. It's different. I don't know what happened to me. She spoke softly and slowly, looking sincere, regretful. Do you want to do things like hug me and touch me? Do you find yourself wanting to stand next to me and start something with me when I'm in the room? Micah let out a little laugh because fighting that urge was all he had been doing for the past 8 years.
Yes, Claire, I want those things.
Do you want to kiss me? She asked nervously, causing him to laugh again. He looked to the side because this whole scene was too much to bear. She was basically asking him to do it. He had dreamed of this moment for a long time, and he had to take a second to appreciate the fact that it was about to happen, in the parking lot, at Isaac's wedding. I'm sorry if you've felt like this for longer than I have, she said. Is it too late for me now? Her tone was pleading. I feel different, Micah. I was thinking about it when we were inside, and I had to go to the bathroom because I almost cried. My Aunt Millie thought I was sad about Isaac getting married. I'm having all these feelings, and I don't know if they're the same as the ones you have.
I love you, like you're the only woman on earth. I most certainly want to kiss you. And other things.
Have you never looked at another woman?
I'm a man, Claire, and I'm not perfect. I didn't think I could ever have you, so I've attempted to fill that gap a few times.
He trailed off, smiling and shaking his head. But what? She asked.
But then I'll get a package from you in the mail, and suddenly I have no feelings. It's not fair to whoever I've been with.
She could take it no longer. She kissed him. She was the initiator, and she pulled him toward her as she leaned upward. Their mouths connected, and she held the contact until his lips softened to her. He was trying to be gentle, and she tugged him closer. She took his lower lip into her mouth, sucking on it gently. Micah felt like he might explode. She was the only woman he had ever wanted, and now she wanted him in return. He had been trying his best to be gentle and take his time, but her urgency was obvious, and Micah wasn't about to leave her hanging. He pressed his body against hers, opening his mouth and covering her with his kiss. Claire, her mouth. He had dreamed about it. He had written songs about it. He loved the shapes of it. He loved the taste of it. He knew he would. It was silky and soft and perfectly warm, and Micah wanted all of her. He loved this woman with his whole being, and he kissed her accordingly. She opened her mouth to him, and he kissed her with a gentle rhythm, taking in every sensation. It was utter bliss. Claire Alexandra gave herself freely to him, and Micah kissed her greedily. They stayed there for several long minutes, saying nothing, only kissing. He would pull back to try to give her space, and she would lean up and pull him in again. Finally, he took a step backward, knowing he needed to leave. His body was scorching hot. He was on fire from her touch. It took them a minute to catch their breath. Micah wiped at his mouth with his hand, and Claire hugged him, giving his body a little squeeze. Say something, she said.
When I come back to town in 3 weeks, Claire, I would love for this to happen again.
Okay, she said, nodding. Micah?
What?
She looked down, making a shy expression. If someone in Texas or Tennessee or wherever asked you on a date, would you say no?
Yes, I would say no if someone in Texas or Tennessee asked me on a date.
He was smiling, but she wasn't looking directly at his mouth. She was staring at the loosened tie that hung around his neck because she couldn't quite look at him when she said things that made her feel so vulnerable. What about in Carolina?
Yeah, I'll say no to Carolina girls, too.
What will you tell them? I asked.
What do you want me to tell them?
He asked. That you have a girlfriend. A jealous girlfriend in Seattle.
Is that you?
He asked. Of course it's me.
Are you my girlfriend now?
She was looking straight at him when she shrugged. Will you let me be? She asked. She looked serious. It was like she thought there was actually a chance he'd deny her.
Are you serious?
He asked. Yes, she said.
Then yes,
he answered. So you're my boyfriend? She touched one side of his face as she kissed the other. You're instantly number one, she said. She kissed his cheek again 2 or 3 more times. You're already my best, most favorite boyfriend I've ever had, Micah. I'm sorry for having any others. You're my best one by a mile.
What has happened?
The question came out slowly, and Claire laughed at the stunned way Micah said it like it was a statement. I don't know, Micah. I really don't. I didn't see it coming. I loved you. I just didn't think of you as a... But I do now. I want to be yours. I wish you would let me do that.
Let you be mine?
He asked. She nodded. His smile was barely there as he reached up to touch her face. She had a wispy ringlet of dirty blonde hair near her temple, and Micah touched it. His heart ached with love for her. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was ready for Claire Alexander. He had wanted her all this time, but he didn't deserve her. Now he could take her heart and protect it. He would protect her at all costs. You are my favorite person, she said. I'm so happy you're doing good and enjoying the tour, but I can't wait for you to come back.
I can't wait for that either,
he said. He didn't want to leave her at all. He lifted his arm to push up his sleeve, and he took a look at his watch. He let out a reluctant sigh.
I have to go, or I'll miss my flight.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll miss you so much. Can you call me tonight, maybe? Later? He smiled.
Yes.
I'm glad we had the chance to come out here and talk. He continued smiling as he shook his head at her.
I'm glad we talked too,
he said. She kissed him, but then stepped away afterward. I need to let you go, she said. Have fun. And I love you.
I love you too, Claire.
Claire began to walk off, but she let her hand remain in his for as long as possible. She held eye contact with him as she headed back toward the wedding. She was about to round the corner when she smiled and blew him a kiss. Micah nudged his chin at her and smiled back before turning to open his car door. Micah lost 2 hours, so it was late when he made it to Austin. His manager and assistant had been at the airport to pick him up, and they talked all the way back to the hotel. Micah would have a short interview at 1 p.m. the following day, and then the concert began at 7, with Micah going on at 8:30. He would need to be available for the interview, but then he would have several hours to relax before the show. Aiden, his manager, was staying in the suite with him, and Micah didn't get a chance to call Claire until he went into his own bedroom and had some privacy. He took a quick shower and picked up his phone the instant he got out. It was 1 a.m. Texas time, which meant it was 11 in Washington. Micah and Claire usually texted instead of calling, and it was by habit that he texted her. Micah.
Hey, I'm in Austin.
He typed some other things about having fun with her earlier, but he erased it all and went with a simple text. He had wanted her for so many years that it was impossible to make himself believe that she wanted him back. He decided to keep it simple. He heard back from her within seconds. Claire. Can I call you? Micah.
Yes.
His phone rang instantly, and he smiled as he picked it up.
Hello?
Hey, she said.
Hey.
What are you doing? She asked.
I just set foot into my room, he said. I took a shower and now I'm just chilling till I go to bed.
What do you have tomorrow? She asked.
Aiden set up an interview at 1, and then I play tomorrow night. I'll get to the venue at about 7. What about you?
I have a ton to do this week. I have 3 estate sales and a huge donation to go through. And I'm still teaching and training that new girl, Allison, that I was telling you about. She's doing ads and social media for me, and it's hard to turn that stuff over since no 2 people have the same taste. I wish I could just clone myself. But it's good. She's picking it up.
I wish you could clone yourself too,
he said. Claire let out a little laugh at that. Are you nervous? She asked.
About what?
He said. The interview, the show. Do you get nervous for all that stuff?
Not at this point,
he said.
A little, but not like I used to. I've done it so many times by now.
It's just your day job.
Yeah, more of a night job, but yeah.
When do you have time to be creative and make new stuff?
Anytime, anywhere. I work better when I sit down and make time for it, but inspiration hits me all the time. I started one at the wedding and worked on it during my flight.
One what?
One song.
You wrote a song today?
Yes.
You've done a lot today. You fit a lot in. You've traveled thousands of miles, written songs. What else did you do? You kissed someone.
I did kiss someone,
he said. I had to throw that in there, she said.
Yeah, I know. You threw it right in.
I had to make sure you remembered.
I assure you, I won't forget.
What do you think about hiking when you get back? Ari's brother was talking about wanting to go hiking while he was here, and he made me want to do it.
Are you going with them?
Micah asked. Well, no. I mean, maybe. But I was mostly mentioning it because I wanted to go with you. I was going to try to plan stuff for when you come home.
Yeah, I'm good with hiking,
Micah said. What kind of song did you write?
It's called My Golden Angel.
Oh, really? She asked, sounding surprised.
Yeah, and it's a hit.
Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the truth,
he said.
When something's the truth, it resonates. It's one of those tunes that I can feel will be well received.
Micah didn't have to tell Claire that it was about her. She already knew. Chapter 14. Claire Alexander. Tennessee? Bertie asked, looking at me from her place at the counter at Jimmy's. I had met her at the restaurant for lunch. Why would you go all the way over to Tennessee? Isn't he coming home in a week or so? Yes, ma'am, he is, but I can't seem to wait that long. So are you two? Yes, we are. Your dad told me you were all bent out of shape over a man, and then he waited until the end of the conversation to tell me it was Micah. Bertie was being quieter, more subdued than I thought she would be about it. I looked at her with a questioning expression. Didn't you see us at Isaac's wedding? What happened at Isaac's wedding? She asked. I leveled her with a stare because I expected her to be excited. Hey, Claire! Uncle Jim yelled from the kitchen. Hey, Uncle Jim! I yelled back. I turned and regarded Bertie through squinted eyes. Bertie had noticed us at the wedding. She didn't miss a thing. I remembered Micah telling me her jaw dropped when she saw me kiss him. Bertie, you saw us, and you're not talking about it. You're scaring me. You're scaring me a little bit, Claire. Why? How? Because I don't want you to... It's your life, and I can't tell you what to do, but I've thought about it, and I guess I just sort of hoped... I hope you're certain before you run out to Tennessee. I thought you would be excited, Bertie. I'm really surprised you're upset. I'm not upset. I just feel cautious about it, Claire. I love you both, and I don't want either of you getting hurt. You're with that one guy, and then the next day you show up with a bruise on one arm and Micah on the other. I feel like I missed something with you, and I'm just hoping and praying that no rash decisions are made. I love you and Micah both so much. Bertie shook her head, staring at me sweetly. She was always in a good mood, but she loved her family enough to be an unrepentant truth-teller. This type of conversation wasn't out of character for her. I feel like everything that happened up until now has led me to this moment. I smiled and shook my head, tossing my hands up in surrender. I know that's an obvious thing to say, but in my case, it's deeper than that. I feel like everything that's happened with Micah and me up until this point has prepared me for something, for this. Birdie, even as these words come out of my mouth, I know they're not making sense. I'm not making sense because the feelings are deeper than anything I have words for. I actually love him. I love Micah. Something has changed in me, and thankfully, he seems to love me too. As I spoke, Birdie's eyes began to water. She blinked, staying silent, waiting for me to finish. I know he's coming home in a couple of weeks, but I can't wait for that. The only reason I waited for Nashville was because it was the only place I could get a VIP ticket. A VIP ticket? Just call him and tell him you're going. For heaven's sake, you can just walk in the back way with him and his band, Claire. I know, Birdie, but I want to surprise him. We talk every night before he goes on stage, and I want to be in the same room as him and him not know it. I have a whole plan. I'm going to talk to him before the show, like always. Then I'm going to watch the show from the audience. Then I'm going to use my VIP ticket to go to the back and surprise him. The VIP ticket is going to put you somewhere on the first few rows, Birdie said. Micah's going to know you're there long before you go backstage. I smiled and wagged my finger at her. I'm one step ahead of you, Birdie. I've got a whole brilliant disguise. A mask? No, but the next best thing. It's a fake chin and nose, and I'm thinking about wearing glasses. A fake face? You're going to wear a fake face across Nashville and to a whole concert? I laughed at her. It's not uncomfortable. It's nice. It's for professional makeup artists. It's just a little prosthetic piece. I have to take time in my hotel room and put it on. I have a whole plan with an outfit and everything. It's a different nose and chin, and I look completely different with it. We did a trial run with my hair and makeup, and I looked nothing like myself. All this to surprise Micah? Yes, and I cannot wait. And I'm not telling anyone in the family because I want it to be an actual surprise. A couple of the girls at the shop helped me with my disguise, but they don't even know the details. I seriously want to just show up there and see the look on his face. I'm also excited about watching a concert when he doesn't know I'm in the audience. The last couple of times that I went to one of his shows, I told myself that I wanted to go back sometime when he didn't know I was there. Claire, I'm so glad we had this talk, baby. I feel so much better seeing you all excited like this. I am so excited, Birdie. I love Micah. I really do. I'm all in on this. I promise. Can I do anything to help you with your surprise? Do you have your ticket? Do you need me to pay for it? My plane ticket? No, I already have that, thank you. What about the ticket to get in the show? Did you get a VIP ticket? Did you have to buy it? Yes, and they were sold out, so I had to get it through a third party, and I paid through the nose for it. I'll give a donation to the pot, she said. I smiled, feeling relieved. I didn't want her money. I wasn't relieved about that. Her offering to help only meant she was okay with it happening in the first place. I smiled and shook my head at her. It's fine. It's my pleasure, but you can help me by not telling anyone, especially Micah. 3 days later, I found myself in Nashville, Tennessee. It was showtime, and suddenly I was rethinking the whole idea. I was glad to be in Nashville. I was happy to watch his show and even to have the VIP experience. But I was more nervous than I had ever been in my whole life. I had been getting ready for 2 painstaking hours, and I caught sight of my reflection in a downtown building as I walked to the music venue. I realized that I looked nothing like Claire. This was the second of 2 shows Micah was playing at the Ryman Auditorium in downtown Nashville. I had never been here before. But I read up on it before I came, and I knew it was a historic venue where they used to host the Grand Old Opry back in the day. It all felt historic. The building was warm and wooden, and the stage was right in front of me. I had been second-guessing my fake nose, but there was no way I could have sat in here and enjoyed the show without it. The house lights were on, the stage was right in front of me, and I knew Micah would be able to see me the second he came out there. As it stood, I pretended to be Sue. That was the name I had given my character when I looked in the mirror. I found that, as Sue, I was able to relax and get ready for the show. My nerves were on edge. The show started at 8, but Micah didn't come on until later. Finally, he came onto the stage. He stood at the microphone with his guitar, the black one called Josephine. I watched the first song in awe, and then he went on, playing song after song, switching guitars and saying some words or telling a story intermittently. Some of the songs had more band members and production, and some of them were stripped down. All of them were amazing, though. Micah was talented, and he had worked hard to make the show beautiful and entertaining. I was bursting with pride, and several times it took extreme concentration to keep from crying. I knew all of his songs by heart, but I didn't let myself sing along or get into it too much. I acted how Sue would act, calm and neutral, unimpressed. I even sat with a different posture. I sat there and watched him with a straight face, and it was all I could do to keep from smiling and crying and getting emotional the whole time. Concentrating on being Sue helped me cope with the waves of happiness and pride I felt while watching Micah perform. He had about 10 guitars on stage, and he changed to the Fender with the Martin headstock. I had been seeing it on the stand during the whole show. The performance was almost over when he spoke into the microphone again. His hair was just barely long enough to tuck behind his ear, and he did that as he approached the microphone.
I don't know if any of you can see it, but this guitar that I'm holding is 2 different name brands. It was broken. 2 completely different instruments had been spliced together to create this one.
"What happened to it?" someone from the audience yelled.
What happened? Well, it got run over by a car and the headstock was shattered beyond repair. But just like I'm using this guitar right now, all these years later, so too does God find a use for broken things.
Micah paused and played the guitar, and everyone yelled. The tune he played was familiar and lovely.
Anyway, I was up here thinking about all that because I'm about to play an old gospel standard called I'll Fly Away. Do any of y'all know that song? The crowd cheered. I knew you would. This is Nashville, after all. I sang it last night and the audience sang along. They sounded amazing. I think it was the best audience participation we've ever had.
He looked back at the band, who all nodded. Micah didn't do anything halfway. He wouldn't have sung the gospel tune if he didn't love it. As he played, it became obvious that he had practiced it 1,000 times. He was so natural about singing it that it was as if the song was part of him. I didn't know all the lyrics to the song, so I just listened to Micah sing. I had to distract myself with technical thoughts of Sue and what I must look like from the stage. I did my best to keep from reacting as I watched Micah and held on to his every word. Tears filled my eyes, but I discreetly wiped them at just the right time to keep them from spilling over. Micah announced that he had one more song, and someone who was working production dropped the lights and the beat for About to Fall. This was the gigantic hit everyone had been expecting him to play. The whole place had responded to the rest of his music, but they went crazy for this song. He played and sang it, and the audience sang along so loudly that Micah smiled and reacted to the sound. I watched in awe as he flawlessly performed that song, exceeding everyone's expectations with his charm and his stage presence. He left the stage after that, and everyone cheered for an encore, yelling for him to play his first hit. We stood and clapped. Just about everyone in the room was yelling for Madeline! Micah was off stage and couldn't see me, so I finally let loose and yelled for him. "Woo! Micah!" I yelled at the top of my lungs since he was gone. "Madeline!" I added, clapping and getting into it with everyone else. Just after I yelled, Micah came back on stage and I simmered down instantly and became Sue again. It was difficult to remain calm on the outside, though, when my insides were reeling with excitement. The concert was almost over, and I knew I would soon be next to him. I could see every move he made. I could see his mouth as it moved when he spoke and sang. His smile was irresistible, and the way he carried himself was so relaxed and confident. And his voice. Goodness, he sang the song Madeline, and his voice wrapped around every word like it was a gift for my ears. His songs found their way into my heart in a way I had never felt before. I loved Micah before, but this concert did me in. I was wrecked. And honestly, so was every other female in this audience. Micah finished the song, and then we cheered, and I followed a group of about 30 people to the backstage area. Those of us with VIP tickets were sitting in the front row, and we had already been given a briefing about where to go after the show. We were waiting in line to see Micah when a security guard came up to us, asking to see our tickets. Chapter 15. We all had lanyards. Upon arrival at will call, I had exchanged my digital ticket for a package that included a lanyard. I had it around my neck, and I held it to the side so that the security guard could check it out when he came near me. He was a large man with aviator glasses and a frown that was etched into his face and looked like it had been there for years.
"Where'd you come by this ticket?" he asked.
On the internet, but, the guy I bought it from, he had a receipt from Ticketmaster and everything. It's a real ticket, I promise. I paid double what that guy paid." His frown stayed in place as he looked me over. I knew my makeup looked good and natural, but wearing that disguise made me feel like I was lying to him. "I know it's a good ticket," I said. He forwarded me the information straight from Ticketmaster. They wouldn't have given me this thing if it didn't work at the door, right? They scanned it earlier. I had a bad habit of talking when I got nervous, and this was unfortunately one of those times when I could see that my over-explaining was working against me. The man's expression was getting more cautious and not less cautious, like I intended. "I promise it's a good ticket," I said. I almost added that Micah would want to see me if he knew I was there, but I kept it inside. I would hope for the best and save that for a bad situation.
"What's your name?"
he asked. I had to think about it for a second and realize that I didn't want to tell him my name was Sue. "Claire," I said, just in case he asked me for my driver's license.
"Come with me, please, Claire," he said.
I glanced at the people in line behind me. It was a group of 4 who looked like mothers and daughters. I reluctantly followed the guy who headed down a hallway with me. There were other people around and no one looked suspicious. It crossed my mind that Micah knew I was there and sent for me, but this guy wasn't with Micah. I stared at the back of his uniform, which clearly said Nashville Police. I was wondering why the local police would need to be involved with ticketing. "I know Micah," I said to him. "I'm here to surprise him." He opened a door and stepped back, as if letting me walk inside. I expected my statements to clear everything up, but for some reason it made him look at me even more suspiciously.
"Just wait right here, please," he said, gesturing into the room.
I rounded the corner and saw Micah standing there, smiling at me. He held open his arms, and I walked into them, feeling so relieved that I could just pass out. "Oh my gosh, I was freaking out," I said, hugging him, holding on to him. He smelled like the perfect mixture of sweat and cologne. I held him and breathed in the scent. Whatever smells he was emitting were scientifically triggering me. I felt like I wanted to crawl inside of him. He pulled back, looking at me.
"What are you wearing?" he asked, with a little grin.
"A new dress," I said, giving a little curtsy. It was nothing like the clothes I would normally wear.
"I mean on your face."
Oh, it's a fake. Allison helped me with it. She went to beauty school and she's all into theater costumes and stuff. She helped me with the... Wait a minute. How did you even know it's me? Did Birdie tell you I was coming?
No, she didn't, Claire. Nobody told me. I saw you sitting in the front row when I walked out there, and that's the first I knew of it.
I held on to him, looking up at him, our faces only inches away. You knew I was out there that whole time?
Yes.
My jaw dropped. I look nothing like myself in this, I insisted. He looked down at me, smiling.
I know. Your whole face is different. And your hair.
How did you know me? I asked. He pulled back and studied my face.
Those,
he said, making eye contact with me.
Your eyes. I would know them from a mile away. I can see your heart in them. Plus, I look for you in every city. I've been praying so hard that you'd show up in one of them. I prayed so hard about it that I wasn't even surprised when I looked down and saw you.
He paused and focused on my face.
That nose, however, I can't see your heart in that thing.
I laughed. Micah didn't care about my nose. He could see that I was touched because of his words, and he knew he needed to make a joke before I lost it. I love you, I said.
I love you too, he said. I can't believe you're here. I thought you had too much going on at the store.
I had to see you, I said. The store will just have to survive without me. He kissed me. He lowered his head and slowly bent down, approaching me cautiously as if he was avoiding the fake appendages. I smiled as I kissed him. We kissed a couple of times, smiling between each one.
I've got to go take care of this meet and greet. It's going to be about 30 or 45 minutes.
I want to still go to it, I said. May I? I really bought a ticket, and no one has to know I'm me. Couldn't I just stand in line and pretend to be Sue still?
Sue?
Yeah, this lady who I am right now. I shrugged, and he smiled and shook his head at me.
You're so funny.
That's why you love me, I said. He kissed me again and then tugged me toward the door. The policeman was standing close by, and he glanced at Micah. His face was more neutral this time, and I smiled at him.
This lady would like to go back to her place in line, please,
Micah said. The guy gave him a nod, and he began escorting me toward the waiting VIPs.
So, do you know Mr. Lacey?
He asked. Yes, I answered. We go way back.
He's so good, the guy said. I heard that Spider-Man song, but I didn't know how much I'd enjoy all his other stuff. My wife and daughters are crazy about him. They came to the show tonight.
Oh, are they back here? I asked.
Oh, no, he said, chuckling and shaking his head. Already it was over $300 for them all to come see the show, and that's just regular tickets, but it was worth it. A smaller venue like this, you can see the stage, even from the nosebleeds. My wife texted me a picture from the audience, and it was great. They were loving it. My girls were all excited.
Did they already leave? I asked.
No, they're waiting outside. We drove together since I had to be here anyway.
I think Micah will let them get in line with me, I said. I think my lanyard can count for your wife and daughters.
Oh, that's okay.
Wouldn't they like it?
They'd love it. But I have 3 of them, he said. 3 daughters, 4 people total. Thank you, but I don't think security would allow that.
You are security. He laughed.
I'm not Micah's security. I'm just here for the Ryman. If this job came with 4 VIP tickets to every concert, I would be the coolest dad ever.
I'm telling you, we can work it out. This is one time it can work. Just consider this a thank you. You came and got me out of line and went along with that whole thing pretending I was in trouble.
I wasn't pretending you were in trouble, he said. I was just told to ask you for your ticket and take you to that room. You started admitting to all that other stuff before I asked.
I laughed.
Thank you for the offer, but I couldn't possibly go get my girls. They have rules for things like this.
He stopped talking when everyone else started murmuring. Everyone in line was reacting to seeing Micah. I turned to him as he walked by. I stepped forward so that I wouldn't ask the question too loudly and put him on the spot. "Micah, this officer has a wife and daughters who would love to meet you. They're outside. Is there any way they could come get in line with me?"
"Of course,"
Micah said without hesitation. He looked at Aiden, who was walking with him.
"This man helped me a minute ago,"
Micah said.
"Can we please get his wife and daughters into the line?"
"Sure thing," Aiden said with a nod. Micah gave me a smile and he walked toward the front of the line, waving at everyone as he made his way to the area where he would sign autographs and take photos. Aiden walked up to us to speak to the policeman.
"Hey, Claire,"
he said,
since we had met before. "I didn't recognize you at first."
"Yeah," I said without bothering to explain. "Hello, Aiden. Thanks for this." He smiled and shrugged it off like it was no big deal, and then he looked at the policeman.
"Your family can just get in line here with Claire. If anyone asks at the door, tell them you're with Aiden Fox. It'll be fine."
"Yes, sir, thank you," the man said. His badge said Simon. I was relatively sure that was his last name, but I just thought of him as Simon. Simon looked at me with wide eyes and mouthed the words, "Thank you." He was smiling as he stepped to the side to contact his family on his phone. I stayed quiet when his family came in. They got in line behind me, and Simon stayed at his place closer to the door. His family was extremely excited, and they talked about how cool their dad was for hooking this up. I almost made friendly conversation with them, but I decided to keep quiet and listen as I waited my turn to speak with Micah. The line moved quickly. He spent around a minute with each person. I was nervous and entranced by the Micah-centered conversations that were going on around me, so I didn't even notice the time or exactly how long it took me to get to him. The group that was in front of me mentioned Micah having a possible girlfriend now, and it seemed to them that it wasn't good news. This made me proud and mad at the same time, but I just stood there and listened, not saying anything. That group went to see Micah before I did. I could see them interact with him. I loved seeing him in his element. I loved seeing and hearing what his fans saw and heard. I was a fan. I was a huge fan. Before I knew it, it was my turn to go up to Micah. "You guys go ahead," I said. I gestured for Simon's family to go ahead of me, and they looked at Micah for reassurance. He instantly nodded and waved them over while I stood back to give them space. He had a routine where he made a polite conversation for a moment, signed something, and then took a photograph with the person's phone. The family was really thankful and excited, and they walked away giggling and talking excitedly. I grinned at Micah as I headed that way. He was standing there, waiting for me to approach.
"Hi. What's your name?"
Sue Ellen," I said in my best country accent.
"Oh, it's Sue Ellen now,"
he said, looking at me with an amused grin as I stepped up to him. I acted confident, and I shrugged. "I'm so happy to be here. I just thought you were—" I came close to him. "Such a good singer." I was being playful and still speaking in that same southern accent.
"You are hilarious, Claire. You're the weirdest person I have ever known, and I can't wait to get back to the hotel with you. Let's go. I don't have to work tomorrow. We're traveling in the afternoon, but we can sleep in."
"I have a hotel room," I said. He shook his head.
"I'm in a suite with Aiden. It's basically a house. It's got 3 bedrooms. You can have your own room."
I looked around us. "How long do you have to stay here before you can go?"
"I'm done,"
he said, shaking his head.
"I can go anytime."
"Can we stop by my hotel room and get my stuff?" He grinned mischievously at me.
"Are you seriously here, Claire? I wanted you to be with me so badly that I think I might have manifested you. Am I dreaming right now?"
"Micah, you're so sweet for saying that and looking at me like you love me even though my face is like this."
"I'm not with you for your face,"
he said in a matter-of-fact tone.
"Don't get me wrong. I love your face. It's beautiful and certainly a lovely bonus to all this. but I would still love you even if your nose was like... You have other stuff going on here too, don't you? He asked, pulling back and inspecting my face.
My chin, I said,
tilting my head up and letting him see the double chin thing I had applied to the bottom of my chin and jaw. Yeah, that's crazy. And your hair is darker.
I smiled. Let's go so I can get a shower and be Claire again. Micah took my hand and held it as we made our way out of the Ryman and to the vehicle that was waiting for us. Chapter 16. Aiden rode in the back seat of the car with us. It wasn't a limo, but it was roomy enough inside that the back seats had been reconfigured. The back was separated from the driver with privacy glass, and it consisted of 2 rows of seats that faced each other. Micah and I sat in the very back, and Aiden sat across from us, facing us. They discussed the show and the tour the whole time. There were things they needed to cover, and I stayed quiet while they talked. They were still in a deep discussion about Micah's stage monitors when we got to my hotel, so I told them I would go inside by myself. I moved quickly and efficiently. I walked through the hotel lobby as I thought of everything. The music and all the things he had said from the stage. I thought about the policeman taking me to the back room and the way I saw Micah standing there waiting for me as soon as I opened the door. I grinned at the thought of everything, and I was still smiling when I spoke to the person at the front desk. I told them my room number and that I was checking out. It took only a minute or 2 to wrap that up and then another 5 to run upstairs, pack my things, and get back to the car. I had a small piece of luggage and a large tote, and I easily maneuvered back to the car. The driver was waiting outside the car, and he helped me put my things into the trunk. Micah jumped to the edge of his seat when the driver opened the door for me.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you come out. Let me help you get your things into the trunk.
No, we already did it, I said, climbing into the back seat.
That was fast,
Micah said. I got settled into my seat, and Aiden continued talking.
I'll call Claudia if it comes to it, but I hate to do that. I'd almost call the police before Claudia,
Micah said.
But it won't come to that. A call to Claudia might work. She can control her daughter, maybe. I don't know, Micah said, shaking his head. I don't think it's that big of a deal right now. Did he block her number? Aiden asked. Yes, months ago. I don't know why she's following you again. You need to tell Micah to stop getting girlfriends in every town, Aiden said to me.
I had been daydreaming about how beautiful the evening was and how I wouldn't change a thing, and the unexpected turn in the conversation was like a kick to the chest. My confusion must have been apparent because Micah explained.
Zoe Hendricks, he said. Her parents own the Paradise Inn where I used to play in Austin.
You just played there?
Yeah, in Austin, but I didn't play at that venue this time, Micah said. It was a couple of years ago when I played there. It's a smaller place. Zoe was cool back then, Aiden added. She didn't go nuts until recently. She's not nuts, Micah said. She's just trying to contact me again, and I already... Look, it's no big deal. I hadn't thought about her in a couple of years. I have to think Claudia wouldn't be happy if she knew her daughter was following you around the country buying plane tickets.
She's following you around the country? I asked, looking at Micah. He shrugged.
I guess she's been coming to the shows lately. I didn't know she was at this one until Aiden told me just now. She tried to get backstage at the last 2 shows, Aiden said. It's because the Ryman's so small. She thought she could talk her way back there. I'm not worried about it, Micah said, shaking his head.
He reached over and held my hand, and I took his hand. I curled up next to him as much as I felt comfortable in front of Aiden.
We have some press details to go over for Charlotte, Aiden said, but we can talk about those tomorrow night when we get on the bus. I'm taking a few hours tomorrow to go have lunch with a cousin of mine who lives here. Oh, good, great. Have fun. Use my card and buy lunch for your cousin. Oh, really? Thanks, Micah. Yeah, have fun. I'll be hanging out with Claire. I figured, Aiden said, looking us over and taking in our proximity.
The hotel was close, and we arrived in what seemed like seconds. The driver pulled around to an alleyway entrance, and we got out and went inside through the back, skipping the lobby and finding an alternate elevator. Aiden was with us every step of the way, so the conversation stayed on work-related things as we walked. "I'm taking a shower when I go in, and then I'll call my wife and probably go to bed after," Aiden warned as we approached the suite. "We'll be up for a while, but you're not bothering us," Micah said. He hadn't let go of my hand the whole time. I was dragging my luggage, and Micah had his own bag plus mine, but he still managed to keep a hold of my hand. Micah showed me to my bedroom, since most of the stuff we were carrying was mine. "Was that your bedroom back there?" I asked, looking at him after I found a place for my luggage. "Yes, it was." "There was a guitar in it." He smiled. "I know. It looked like that black Fender, Josephine," I said. "It is Josephine," he returned, smiling at me. "It was at the concert, wasn't it?" Micah could see my confusion, and he smiled and nodded. "Yes, I had it at the concert. It's the one I keep with me all the time. One of the guys always runs it over to my hotel right after the show so that it will be waiting for me." "Why that one?" I asked. "Is it always the black Fender?" "Yes, always." "Why that one?" "Because it's more important to me than any other guitar." "Even more important than the broken one?" "Yeah, even that one." He slowly came close to me. "Josephine is by far my most spectacular guitar." "Why is it special?" "Because you bought it for me. You bought it, and you wouldn't let me pay you back, and $300 was a lot to you back then." "It was more to you," I said. "Still." "I needed to buy that for you. That was my pleasure." "I know it was. And you didn't want anything from me." "No," I said. "Exactly. That's why it's special to me. Plus, we had the whole God encounter that day, and I just love how she plays. She's my number one." "You played like 6 songs with it tonight. Far more than any of the others." "You counted?" he asked, looking me over. "I watched everything," I said. "Sue did," he said. "Oh my gosh, Micah. I forgot. Let me go take a shower." I popped up and placed a kiss on his cheek. "I'll be right out." I moved to the restroom where I took off my dress and got down to my slip and camisole. Then I took off the dark wig and placed it on the counter. The silicone pieces belonged to my friend, and I carefully took them off and placed them on the vanity. I was in the middle of doing all of this when my thoughts returned to the girl named Zoe. I had so many thoughts swimming through my mind that it took a second for me to circle back around to her. I still had questions about her that I needed to clear up with Micah. I picked up my phone and called him. "Hello," he said, picking up on the first ring. "We're in the same hotel room." "I know, but I was wondering about that girl Zoe," I said. "What about her?" "I don't know. Is there anything I should be... did you kiss her? Should I be jealous? What does she look like? I'm not trying to beat her up the next time I see her, but I have brothers and I've seen a lot of kung fu movies. So I basically have a black belt by now. You tell that Zoe woman that I'm unpredictable and dangerous." I said that whole last part in a southern accent, and Micah laughed. I was smiling too. I glanced absent-mindedly at my face in the mirror, which looked ridiculous. It was made up with different makeup than I would ever do, but there were also pink, freshly exposed spots where I had just peeled back the silicone pieces. I knew I looked terrible, which is why I gasped when I heard a knock at the bathroom door. I grabbed a nearby towel and wrapped it around my chest even though I had on a tank top and slip bottom. I looked silly, and I felt flustered, but I knew it was Micah at the door and I wasn't about to make him stand there. I opened it, and he smiled at me. "There she is," he said. "Don't hide your face." I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to... I have the stuff all over my face. Micah took me into his arms, manually moving my hand away from my face. He kissed me, and I kissed him back.
What was your question about that other woman?
Do you have any... Did you kiss her? Don't tell me if you kissed her. I really don't want to know. All I want to know is, do I need to be jealous?
You know the answer to that, even before you ask it.
Micah kissed me over and over again. He kissed my patchy, imperfect skin like it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. I do know, I said, smiling. He was grinning as he pulled back.
Okay, just call if you have any more questions or need to know anything else, he said. I'd be happy to come back in here and answer all of your questions.
My blood ran slow and warm in my body, and I pushed him out, taking a ragged breath like it pained me to do it. I was just making sure, I said. Micah smiled as he turned around. He put his hand to his ear and jaw in the shape of a phone, and I grinned at him as the door closed. It took 10 or 15 minutes for me to shower and put myself back in order after being in disguise. I had taken a warm shower and thoroughly washed all of the glue and makeup off of my face. I felt like myself again, and I got dressed in the matching PJ set I had bought specifically for this trip. It was a blue flannel button-down shirt and pants set with tiny white flowers. I went back into the living room knowing that I looked and smelled a lot better. I caught sight of him sitting on the couch, and I jogged to him, springing onto the couch next to him. Micah caught me in his strong arms, turning me and holding on to me tightly. He stared at my face for a second before kissing me. He pulled back, and then repeated that same process 3 or 4 more times. I smell your sweat, I said.
I'm sorry.
He kissed me again, and I smiled. It was a compliment this time. It's the good sweat, I said. I paused and smelled the front of his shirt. It just smells like hard work, but I can still smell your deodorant and everything. His chest shook with laughter.
I'll get a shower.
No, I said. I kissed him on the mouth. A longer, lingering, gentle kiss. I was being serious. I think you smell really good right now.
So you're saying you like my sweat?
He said as a statement and not a question. I do like it, I said. I put my nose next to his chest and took a deep breath. I love it, actually. It's not sweaty. It just smells like, I don't know, like you were working hard up there. He laughed at me, and the sight of it was too much. I needed him. I leaned in and kissed his neck gently. I let my mouth stay open when I made contact, and I could taste the salt of his sweat. I felt his chest rise and fall as he took a deep breath. I kissed him again on his jaw and then his cheek. I pulled back and stared at him like he was the best thing to have ever happened to me, which he was.
I'm going to take a shower, he said. You smell too good, and you're too beautiful to... I need a shower.
He moved to get up.
Find something for us to watch, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Chapter 17. Micah and I had 3.5 glorious days together before I had to get back home to my store. He was a gentleman the whole time. If anything, I was the one who was being more impatient physically. That first night, when I kissed him on the neck, he had said that he needed to get up and take a shower. He actually did take a shower that time, but several times after that, we used that phrase as an inside joke. Anytime I kissed him in a way that made him feel like he was getting impatient for more to happen, he would move away and say that he was going to take a shower, even if all he did was go to the kitchen and get a glass of water. He was being funny, but he was being a gentleman while I was being more impatient. It was in many ways the opposite of what you would expect from the people we were all those years ago when we met. But that was the beauty of it. Micah wanted me, but he was restrained and gentlemanly, and that made me want him even more. I went home after we spent 3 days together, and now I hadn't seen him in over a week. Right about now, I was as impatient for him as ever. Thank goodness the wait was almost over. Micah had ended his tour dates in Miami, and his flight was to arrive home at noon tomorrow. I had purposefully worked my rear end off at work so that I could be ready to take some time off with him. Tonight, I had a dinner meeting with a potential client. It was my last work obligation for a couple of days. Tomorrow and the next day, all I had to do was be with Micah. I had been counting down the minutes, so I was in the best mood when I went to the dinner meeting. I wish I could say that I was above doing research on Zoe Hendricks, but I had looked her up on social media after Micah told me about her. I knew what she looked like. I had seen pictures of her, and I knew right away that she was the person I was meeting for dinner. I felt like I was in a dream as I walked up to the table, staring at her. "Claire? Hey! My name is Zoe Hendricks." The truth was the first thing she said to me. Her smile and her honesty took me completely off guard, and I reached out and shook her hand since she was offering. "Thank you for meeting me. I'm sorry I lied to you about my name. I would honestly like to work with you professionally if you would consider it. Either way, may I still have a couple of minutes of your time?" She was so cordial and convincing that I reluctantly sat in the chair across from her, the one to which she had been hopefully gesturing. I stared at her as I sat down. "I have brothers," I said, "and I'm unpredictable, and I know martial arts." The phrase I had once practiced as Sue came out of my mouth. I said it in a nice, polite tone, but those were my first words to Zoe. "I don't want you to use your martial arts on me," she said, holding her hands up in surrender. "I knew you would have the wrong impression of me. I knew Micah would tell you about me." She smiled a little, and suddenly I regretted letting her know I knew about her. I needed confidence, and I sat up straighter at the thought. "Why did you want to meet me here?" I asked, looking straight at her. She was beautiful. She was tall and dark, like all his songs described. "Well, I've been trying to get in touch with Micah," she said. "I've been to 4 of his shows, trying to just talk to him again. We were friends once, and then he just stopped answering my calls. He ghosted me and blocked me. How would you feel if someone did that to you?" "I wouldn't follow them around," I said. "And I wouldn't go to his girlfriend under false pretenses." "Yeah, he's been on stage talking about having a girlfriend recently." I waved a little to make sure she knew that I was the girlfriend in question. "I'm not trying to follow him. If he would just talk to me again, I would stop. I wanted to meet you to explain that. I would love it if you would please just tell him to call me back. I need to explain to him why I came across as a little overbearing back then. I was trying to get my meds straightened out and—" "I'll tell him," I said. "I'll tell him I talked to you and you're a genuine person and everything. But there's nothing to straighten out." Tears rose to her eyes and her face crumpled as she began crying. She was pitiful, and I stared around us, feeling out of sorts. Like I was on some kind of hidden camera television show. "Listen, I feel for you," I said, getting to the edge of my seat in preparation to stand up. "But I'm not the right person to talk to about any of this. Micah and we've been together a long time, and I'm protective of him. I can appreciate your sincerity, and I'm happy you're a nice person, but not every relationship works out in life. I have guys who I used to be friends with and don't talk to anymore. The same with girls. Sometimes people come into and out of our life." She was looking down and crying, and I stood up. "I'll tell him you said congratulations and that you want the best for him." She nodded as she continued to cry, and I walked out of there without looking back. What a trip. It was a fancy restaurant. She was decked out in designer clothes as she sat there and broke down. I wasn't scared of her at all. She was pitiful, and I felt bad for her, but I knew it was best for me to walk away. My heart ached from the encounter, and then I remembered that I was reaping the seeds I had sown. Micah would have never even talked to this woman if I had known how much I loved him a year or two ago. I talked to Micah that night, and I told myself that I was not going to mention it, but I couldn't help it. It had only been a couple of hours since my interaction with her, and it was still on my mind. I talked to that Zoe Hendricks woman today, I said.
When? How?
She came to Seattle, I said. She made an appointment with me through work. She talked to Allison and told her she wanted to do a featured consignment with my clothes in her store.
She lied to you? Did you meet her? Are you okay?
He sounded worried. I'm fine, I said. I smiled so that he could hear it in my voice. I wasn't telling you because I was worried. I talked to her and it went fine.
What do you mean it went fine?
She's just a person with feelings, I said. She likes you and she's embarrassed, and I definitely don't think she wants to hurt you. And as much as she doesn't want to see us together, she also doesn't want to hurt me.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't want her calling you or talking to you or going to Seattle at all.
She's not, I said. I really think she just wanted to talk to me and see if she had a chance with you.
She doesn't,
he said. I was as nice as I could be, but I told her that.
Claire, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I said. You should have had a girlfriend years ago. He was quiet for a second.
In my heart, I did.
Was she me? I asked, quietly flirting with him.
You know she is. Do you promise you're not scared? Because Aiden was saying that her mom would turn her credit card off if she knew she was following me.
I think she'll stop anyway, I said. She kind of looked like she got the picture.
Okay, well, you can start staying at my house if you want. I have that gate and more security than you have at your apartment.
My stomach flipped when he mentioned his house. I can't wait till you get home, I said. I went over to your house yesterday.
What did you do?
I went behind the cleaning lady and made sure everything was ready for you. And I put a few things in the fridge. Some ice cream, drinks, and chips and dips and stuff.
Are we having a party, Claire?
Just a little one. Only family. Isaac, Ryan, and JD.
When?
Tomorrow evening. Are you okay with it? It's not set in stone. They were just asking about coming over since you've been out of town.
Yeah, tell them to come over and eat,
Micah said.
Can you see about getting some kind of food for everybody and I'll pay for it? Maybe a tray of something?
They're not expecting anything.
I know, but I want to.
Okay. Thank you. What time are you coming home?
Noon.
Do you need a ride from the airport?
No, I'll be home by noon, actually. Our flight lands at 11, but we have debriefing when we land. We're going out for a few days next month to do a little promo. Then we're done with Spider-Man.
I'm proud of you, I said.
Thank you. I miss you, though. I can't wait to get home.
Are you sure you're okay with Isaac and them coming over? I can tell them we'll do it another night.
No, I'm good with seeing them tomorrow. It's fine.
Okay, I'll be at your house at noon to meet you.
Or before, he said. As soon as 11:30.
Great. And I'll tell the family to come over at 6:30, I said. That will give us time to catch up and take a nap before they come over. I'll get some work done in the morning, and I'll meet you at your house after.
I can't wait,
he said. Me neither, I agreed. Chapter 18. I felt like a kid all morning. I felt free and happy and void of worry. It was a gorgeous summer day, and Micah's backyard looked like a tropical oasis. I might as well have been in heaven as I busied myself with cleaning and preparing, waiting for him to come home. I had scheduled hot food to be delivered from a restaurant at dinner time. I had set the house up for guests to come over later, but I had reserved the living room for a cozy afternoon of doing nothing but lazing around with Micah. I thought we might swim for a while and then curl up on the couch together until it was time for everyone to come over. I had everything arranged for a peaceful afternoon of doing nothing. Micah had an oversized couch, and I added extra blankets and pillows to make it even more inviting. I even chose a perfect playlist to have going in the background. This morning I woke up at 4 a.m. and was so excited that I couldn't go back to sleep. I got my work done early, and I was at Micah's by 10 a.m., so I could prepare for his arrival. The time passed quickly, and I took my phone out of my pocket to find that I had a text from Micah. Micah, I'll be home in 15 minutes. The text had come in 10 minutes before, and my heart skipped a beat as I typed back to him. Me, I'm here. I started running around and doing last-minute touches in the house as I waited for him. I went to use the restroom even though I didn't really have to. I checked myself in the mirror, arranging my hair and tucking my clothes just the right way. I felt like I couldn't get pretty enough to deserve him. My heart was pounding up until the moment he arrived, and then it started going even faster when I heard the car door. I was standing at the door with it open before he even made it there. Micah had his hands full with 2 bags and a guitar. I jogged out to meet him, and we smiled as we converged on the path. I popped up and kissed him on the cheek. "Hey, I missed you," I said.
I missed you too, he agreed. You look good at my house. I like coming home to this.
"I like you coming home," I said. "Let me help you with something," I added. I started to reach for a bag, but Micah turned out of my grasp.
I've got it, he said. They're heavy, and I'm used to it. I'll just take them straight into my bedroom.
I jogged ahead of him and held the door so he could get through. "Can I at least take the guitar? Is it Josephine?"
Yes, and you can take her into the living room if you don't mind. I'll take the rest of the stuff into the bedroom.
I nodded and smiled as I reached out and took the case from him. I handled it with care, not letting it bump into anything as I walked. I was officially in love. I watched Micah as he walked toward his bedroom with his bags, 2 oversized duffels. He had on jeans and a t-shirt layered with a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt that I had gotten him years ago. I was smitten by his handsome good looks, and I couldn't wait to get close to him. "I bought that new," I announced before he was out of earshot. He turned me with a curious expression.
What?
"Your shirt. I bought it new. I couldn't resist. It was from a store, and I took the tags off of it so you would think I picked it up used."
You got me this like 4 years ago.
"I know. I bought it new at the mall, and I took the tags off so you wouldn't think I had to pay full price." Micah paused, wearing a contemplative expression. I had no idea what he was thinking. He set down his bag slowly and started walking my way. He picked up speed as he came closer to me. I barely had time to set the guitar down before he made it to me and we collided. I had to brace myself for his impact, and I laughed as he took me into his arms.
I can put my stuff away later,
he said, kissing me and setting me to my feet. "I know, but I was kind of glad we had a second to regroup."
Why?
He stared at my face, at my mouth. "Because seeing you. You give. I'm having all sorts of... I missed you, Micah." My eyes welled with tears as I took in the sight of his perfect face. I had been aching to see him again and stared at him with all the love I felt. He turned to the side, smiling as he rubbed his face and jaw. "What?" I asked.
You. I feel like I'm dreaming right now. This whole thing, coming home to you, it's unbelievable.
"I'm unbelieving it, too. I feel like I'm dreaming here, Micah." I looked down and bit my lip, knowing the tension was thick between us. I took his hand. "Come on. We can put your stuff up later. Let's go swimming."
Swimming?
"Yeah, I thought you might want to go swimming."
What are you wearing, swimming?
He asked. "A swimsuit. I have one on under this."
What am I going to wear?
"Some swim trunks. I have them set out right there." He cut his eyes in the direction where I gestured, and then back at me.
"Are those mine?"
he said. "They are now. I bought them for you." He looked at them again, and I took in the shapes of the side of his face. "I'm going out by the pool," I said. I kissed him, next to his mouth, and it sent an electric shock through my body. "You can meet me out there." I looked over my shoulder and smiled at him on the way outside. I wouldn't be able to see him once I closed the door, so I waved at him through the crack as I closed it. I knew Micah would change right away, and that sent a spark through me. I started shedding my clothes, feeling like if I didn't get undressed and into the pool quickly enough, he would come get me and throw me in. It was an entirely made-up situation, but it motivated me, and I moved like lightning, shrugging out of my shirt before working on my shorts. I imagined that he was moving quickly and giving chase, even though I had no clue what he was doing. I had previously set up an area near the pool with towels, food, and drinks, and I set my clothes in a not-so-neat pile on a nearby chair. I took off my watch and necklace, and I instantly went into the pool, fast-walking down the steps, without stopping until the water was at my waist. I took a deep breath and went into my chest. I stayed in the shallow end, looking at the dark blue water of the deep end, which was between me and the doorway where Micah would eventually appear. It was a few seconds later when I saw him come outside wearing the purplish-red shorts I bought for him. He did have abs. I couldn't help but notice them. Micah didn't look around or make sure we had a towel. He didn't hesitate at all. He smiled as he jogged to the pool and dove into the deep end. I let out an excited shriek as I watched his body slice through the water, heading straight toward me. Micah swam all the way to me and came up just a few feet away. He came up smoothly and wiped his face, blinking as he focused on me.
"That was fast,"
he said. "I know. I was afraid you were chasing me, so I ran."
"Chasing you?"
I shrugged. I just imagined it. Micah's hands wrapped around my waist, and I leaned into him. We were more skin to skin than we had ever been before, but the water made us weightless, so it felt innocent. My skin glided against his, our arms and legs gently touching. I gripped him, holding on to him, and he took me into deeper waters where he could still touch. I reached up and ran my fingers through his wet hair. I loved the feel of his body next to mine.
"What are you smiling about?"
he asked, pulling back to focus on my face. "I'm thinking I was pretty smart for taking you swimming." I touched his face and let my fingertips run down to his cheek and jaw. "I'm happy. I think you're handsome."
"I probably need a shower,"
he said. I grinned. "You're in a shower," I said. I held on to Micah with my legs, but let my head go back and away from him, dunking my whole upper body and head completely under before coming up. I let the water run down my face before squinting and wiping it away. He kissed me on the mouth as soon as I opened my eyes.
"You will always be the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, Claire. Nothing can top you. No one is better."
"How am I holding you? How is this happening?" "I feel like it's crazy too, Micah. I'm feeling achy for you. Like I never, ever want to be apart from you again." I latched onto him, wrapping my arms around his broad chest and resting my face on his chest.
"Do I get you forever?"
he asked. I wasn't looking at him when he said it, but I pulled back and regarded him after I heard the question. "Yes," I said.
"I do?"
"Yes," I answered, with no hesitation.
"Are you serious?"
I kissed his cheek, and then his jaw, and then his cheek again. I tasted the hint of salt in the water. "What was the question? Do I love you forever? Am I serious? The answer is yes. I love you, Micah. I mean that with my actual whole heart."
"Your actual whole heart?"
he said, smiling.
"Well, if it's your actual heart, then Wow.
Yeah, I said. I moved to where I was positioned fully in front of him. I let a little water flow between us, but I could feel his warmth and his hard muscles, and it took all of my strength to refrain from wrapping myself around him like an anaconda. I love you forever, Micah Lacey. I love the Logan Lacey in you. I love your story and our history. I love all of you.
I love that you bought that shirt new and took the tags off,
he said. That wasn't the only thing I did that with, I said. You're my favorite person to shop for. I felt a little shy admitting that, and I squirmed a little and looked downward. Micah's face came down to meet mine, and our lips found each other's. He kissed me, our mouths opening more readily since our skin was wet from pool water. Our kiss was open instantly, but it was patient and slow, and we spent the next who knows how long out there. We were in the middle of the deep and shallow end, being as gentle as we could be with about 1,000,000 volts of electricity flowing through both of our bodies. We floated weightlessly in the water, and we stood there and kissed. We smiled and said a few things here and there, but there wasn't much talking. Micah held me and kissed me over and over again, and I adoringly kissed him back. This happened for what must have been a half hour. Finally, I pulled back and went under again, letting water wash over my face. Micah did the same thing, and when he did, we both started swimming. Are you hungry? I asked, hovering in the water, going into the deep end.
Yes, he said, holding onto my hand and giving me support since he was standing.
I have stuff set out for us over there. A whole lunch and drinks.
You have lunch set out? Why didn't you tell me before?
Because you were kissing me and I didn't feel like stopping you.
You don't feel like stopping me when I kiss you?
He asked, tugging me toward him. He pulled hard, but I was in water, so I moved slowly, causing us to collide gracefully in the water. No, I don't feel like it at all, I said. I'm likely to stand here all day and let you kiss me if you like.
I like that very much.
He kissed my wet neck.
But we might turn into a couple of raisins.
I glanced at him with a serious expression and asked, if raisins are in love, do they even notice they're raisins?
No, they don't,
he answered, smiling and kissing my neck. Chapter 19. Micah and I wore ourselves smack dab out that afternoon. We ate and swam and kissed and talked and laughed. And then we did those things again. It was after 3 p.m. when we made our way into the living room to fall asleep. And that was why we slept past our alarm. Actually, we had been so entranced by seeing each other again that we forgot to set an alarm. We curled up on the couch and started a movie, and the next thing I knew, I was shaken out of a deep sleep by my brother Isaac, who was standing over me, literally shaking my shoulder.
Huh? I said. What?
Micah said, jumping and sitting up and causing Isaac and Ari to laugh. I blinked, trying to take it all in and understand what was happening.
It's a good thing we came early, Isaac said. You're early?
Micah said, sitting up. He reached for his shirt, which was on the coffee table. I watched as he stretched upward, pulling it over his head. I absent-mindedly noticed the muscles in his back, knowing he was smoking hot, but feeling so very out of it after that nap. What time is it? I asked.
6:15,
Micah said, staring down at his phone like he couldn't believe it.
What happened with the food?
He asked, getting to his feet. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, I said, looking around. We got the food, Ari said. You did? I asked, still feeling confused.
Yeah, it's a good thing we came over early, Isaac said. The girl from the restaurant was about to turn around and leave because she couldn't get you to open the gate.
Oh my gosh, I have 8 missed calls, I said, staring down at my phone in disbelief. I thought we were going to get up at 5.
I thought so too, Micah said.
He walked over and leaned in to hug my brother and my sister-in-law. I saw that they had already set the tin trays of food on the kitchen counter. "Thank you for getting the food," I said. "She said it was paid for, so all we had to do was take it from her." "I'm glad she believed you," I said.
"We had the code to the gate, so she didn't question it. She knew who it was for, though, and I think she was disappointed that she didn't get to meet you. What's in the containers?"
"The lady was from a Mexican restaurant," Ari added. "Yeah, it's fajitas," I agreed, stretching sleepily. Micah saw me stretching, and he reached out to help me off of the couch. Isaac and Ari walked toward the kitchen, not paying any attention to us, and Micah pulled me up and caught me in his arms, looking at me from only inches away. He kissed me, and our sleepy, relaxed mouths stuck to each other.
"I can't believe we slept so long,"
he said to me. "Me neither. I'm sorry. I forgot to set the alarm. I need to go put these blankets and pillows away and get the couch all fixed up again before anyone else comes over." I pulled away from him reluctantly. I was out of sorts as I gathered the blankets and pillows in my arms.
"You don't have to worry about it," he said. "Or I can always help you with those."
"I've got it," I assured him. "I'll just stash them in the extra bedroom and deal with them later." I smiled at him and took off with my arms full of blankets and pillows. I was slow to come out of the haze that resulted from my nap, but I knew all the steps I had missed preparing for their arrival, so I went to work doing all of that. I put on some music and offered them drinks, and I was still working on setting up the catering trays when Ryan came in with 3 other people, 2 girls and a guy, all of whom I had met before. Right after Ryan showed up, my cousin J.D. and his wife Jordan did also. They were all pumped up about seeing Micah and congratulating him on the success of the song in his tour. They asked questions about the tour while I went to work around the kitchen. I was comfortable at Micah's house, and I naturally fell into the role of playing hostess. Everyone was talking at the same time, and they all wanted to ask Micah questions, so I focused on making sure everyone was comfortable. An hour passed quickly as we all talked and ate. I made contact with Micah some, but his kitchen and living room were bustling with action, and each of us were being tugged in different directions. I was in the kitchen talking to J.D. and Jordan when Micah came in with an empty plate. I took it from him, and he thanked me.
"What's going on with you two?" J.D. asked, looking us over.
"What? Oh, us?" "Everything," I said. I took a step closer to Micah and wrapped my arms around him. "We're us." Micah looked down at me with a smile, and Jordan let out a sigh of contentment at the sight of us. "I can't believe we ever weren't us," I added. "That is the best thing I've ever heard," Jordan said. Just then, Ryan hurled a football into the kitchen.
"Dude!"
J.D. said, as it whizzed past him. It was a pass that was intended for Micah, and he easily let go of me and caught it above his head. I hadn't seen my brother throw it, but Micah must have, because he caught it like he was expecting it.
"Let's go swimming,"
Ryan said. Micah threw the ball back to my brother, who had his hands out and ready like he was waiting for it.
"Go ahead,"
Micah said.
"Are you coming?"
Ryan asked, passing the ball again.
"Sure,"
Micah answered.
"I have to go change."
Ryan held his hands open, and Micah passed it back to him one last time. Micah took off toward his bedroom, and everyone else made their way outside toward the pool. I stayed behind to wrap things up and store the leftovers, and Jordan stayed with me. We were still in there a minute later when Micah made his way back outside. "I've always loved Micah's music so much," Jordan said when he closed the door. "I still have to pinch myself that I get to come over here and hang out at his house." I smiled at her as I closed the door to the fridge. "I know. He's so talented. I have to pinch myself, too. I think you two are so perfect," she added, causing me to glance at her. "I do," she said. "I know you and I really never talked about it all that much. But J.D. has told me about Michael holding a torch for you all these years. I think it's just so romantic that you two would end up together. I'm so thankful, honestly, Jordan, that he didn't give up on me, that I didn't miss my chance. Both of you look really happy, she said. JD and I are both so happy for you. We were pinching and poking at each other a minute ago when you were in here being so cute together. I laughed as I wiped the bar. I don't deserve him, I said. I'm under the impression that he's the one who feels like he doesn't deserve you. Who told you that? My husband, Jordan said. JD has been silently rooting for y'all for years. Isaac knew Micah loved me a long time, too. How come no one told me? Because of what we were just saying, she said. Because he thought he didn't deserve you. I think they were sworn to secrecy about it because Micah didn't think he was good enough for you. Yeah, but they know better than that, I said, looking at Jordan with a confused expression. She shook her head and shrugged. They were sworn to secrecy about it. I let out a sigh, looking out the windows at the patio area, where they had all gone out to the pool. I had no idea how I was missing it before. Now that I was with Micah, it was like the last piece of the puzzle had clicked into place. I was finally at home, and it was such a satisfying feeling. Well, the road was a little curvy, but it all worked out, I said. It all worked out big time, she said. She smiled and moved to get up. Are you coming swimming? She asked as she started shedding her shirt. Yeah, I am. I'll be out there in a minute. Are you sure I can't help you with anything? No. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm almost done. Thanks, though, Jordan. I had already gotten one swimsuit wet, and I was glad I had a dry one. I retrieved my bag from the laundry room, and I went into Micah's bedroom to change. I thought about using a spare bedroom, but it just felt wrong. In my heart, I was the lady of the house, and being in his bedroom felt natural to me. Plus, I knew he wouldn't care if I went in there. I went straight to his bathroom and changed into my dry swimsuit. It was a one-piece blue suit I had worn in front of him before. I was stashing my clothes in my bag when I noticed a small box on his nightstand. It wasn't just any box, either. It was unmistakably a ring box. I wasn't usually the type to snoop. I respected other people's privacy, but it was a gorgeous ring box that was vintage-looking and ornate, and I felt in my heart that it was meant for me. I tried to tell myself not to open it, but I just couldn't stop. I picked it up off of the nightstand, and when I did, I saw a note. It had been folded into a small square and tucked under the ring box, and the outside of it said, Claire, open me first. I looked around. It was definitely Micah's handwriting. I set down the ring box and opened the paper. There was a note on the inside, and I read it. Claire, I bought you this engagement ring, and I haven't made a plan yet about when or how to give it to you. If you want a formal proposal sometime in the future, just put it back where you found it, and I will ask you to marry me later. I do want to give you the option of having it now, though. It's yours. I bought it for you. I would love nothing more than to marry you and start a life together. If at any point you wish to skip the formalities, you're welcome to take the ring and put it on your finger where it belongs. If you do that, I'll know you want to marry me, and we can start planning. If this is all too soon for you, or you want an official proposal later, all you have to do is fold up this piece of paper and place it under the box where you found it. I'll never know the difference. I'll just assume you never saw it or didn't pick it up. I love you. I will always love you. Micah. Chapter 20. I didn't even have to think about it. I didn't hesitate at all. I opened the ring box knowing that I was going to take out the ring and put it directly on my finger. I was being proposed to, and I was all alone in the room. Honestly, it was perfect. I didn't need anything else, and I would not change a thing about this moment. I let out a tiny squeal, feeling so excited that I could barely contain myself. The ring was beautiful. It was either vintage or a vintage reproduction, but it was exquisite. There was a large round-cut diamond in the center, and it was set on an ornate Art Deco-style setting with smaller diamonds on each side. I stared at the gorgeous, flawless, shining stone, and I was overwhelmed with thankfulness. I could not wait to be Mrs. Lacey. There was absolutely no way I was going to fold this piece of paper up and stash it back under the ring like Micah suggested in the note. The ring fit my finger perfectly, and I was relatively certain I was never, ever going to take it off again. I left everything where it was. The open box, the note, my bag. Everything was just left there while me and my new ring headed directly for the swimming pool. I could not stop smiling. I couldn't even dampen down my smile. It was spread across my face, and there was nothing I could do to erase it. As much as I wanted to walk outside with my hand held straight in the air, fingers pointing up, palm facing in, I did not do that. The permagrin was enough to show that something was going on. I didn't want to come right out and announce it. I wanted to tell Micah first. I grabbed a towel from the closet on my way out, and I tried to hold it nonchalantly as I walked. There were 10 of us at the house, so it was noisy and busy when I got outside. Micah had a nice diving board with a spring, and Ryan and his friend were jumping off of it and catching passes that were being thrown by Isaac. Micah was sitting close to Isaac on the side of the pool in the shallow end. Ari and the 2 girls who came with Ryan were standing near Micah, talking to him. He was looking at them and talking when I walked out there, so he didn't see me at first. He had done a lot of working out as a means of coping with the stresses of fame, and his physical appearance was breathtaking. I had to remind myself to breathe. My husband. That was what the ring had meant, right? He was going to be my husband. I stared at him, feeling like I could hardly believe it. He had pecs and abs and other muscles in all the right places, and he was sitting there casually. I blinked, and I saw a flash of Logan, the boy Birdie found sitting outside the soup kitchen. And then I blinked again, and there he was, fully restored, surrounded by a gorgeous home and people who loved him. He was the master of this estate. He had built all this from nothing. I was humbled that he loved me, and I was feeling overjoyed and confident as I walked to the diving board and got in line behind one of Ryan's friends. "What's up, Cody?" I said, standing next to him and pretending nothing was different with me, even though I felt like I was a changed woman as a result of the new item on my finger.
"What's up, Claire? You swimming?"
"Yeah, I just had to change."
"Show Cody one of your famous backbusters," Ryan said, coming to stand at the back of the board near us. I shook my head at my brother as I glanced at Micah, and I realized he was looking at me. He smiled when I looked his way, and I waved at him. I used my left hand, but it was quick, and I was far from him, so there was no way he saw the ring on my finger. I was so excited that it took all my concentration to keep from clearing my throat and announcing it right there in front of everyone. I was antsy and jumping around, and Cody gestured for me to skip ahead of him in line. I went to the end of the board and hopped just right, pressing all of my weight onto the end of the board. I caught a good bounce and sprang into the air before curling up into a neat ball. I did a cannonball by instinct, and then I swam underwater toward the shallow end. I opened my eyes underwater, and I could see a man swimming, making his way toward me in the pool. I knew it was Micah. His head was out of the water, and I could see the color of his swim trunks underwater. He left the side of the pool and came to meet me in the middle. By the time I swam to him, he was casually resting in the water with only his shoulders and head out in the open. I swam right up to him, coming up for air a few feet from him so that I could shed the excess water before we connected. "Nice cannonball," he said.
I wiped my face with my hand, and he was looking at me, but he didn't look like he saw the ring. He was just smiling at my face. "Thanks," I said, swimming up to him. I let my body move into his space, touching him intermittently as the motion of the water happened all around us.
"Nice one," Isaac said. "You should see her backbuster skills," he added. "That's what I was saying," Ryan said.
"What happened with the backbuster?" Ari asked.
"Oh, that was a bad one," Isaac said, laughing. "She tried to do a front flip, and she completely under-rotated, and BAM!" He smacked his hands together loudly and dramatically. "She came down, smacking that water from 10 feet up."
"I can't believe you guys tried to talk me into doing a flip off of a high dive," I said. I could not breathe for like 10 seconds when that happened. I laughed and shook my head at my brothers, and as I spoke, I effortlessly moved into Micah's arms. I took his arms and wrapped them around my middle. We were under the cover of the pool, so it just looked like I was standing in front of him.
"I can't believe you actually did it," Isaac said.
"I was reluctant in the first place," I said. "I never should have done it when I was so reluctant."
"How old were you?"
Micah asked. I looked at Isaac with a shrug. 12 or 13? I asked.
He nodded. "We were on vacation in Oregon. It was that year we rented a cabin."
"Yeah, my back hurt after that one." Isaac smiled and threw the ball to Ryan, who did a flip as he was catching it. "You show off," I said, splashing him and laughing when his head came out of the water. Ryan grinned at me and then turned to ask the girls to rate his entry into the water. They chimed in, and Cody said something about topping Ryan's score. They were distracted, which was perfect for me. I turned in Micah's arms, facing him, letting my body touch his as we rested weightlessly in the water. "I've never been with anybody," I said quietly to him. He pulled back with a curious expression. "I know you know almost everything about me, but we've never talked about that. And I just wanted you to know I haven't. I was never with anybody in that way."
"What way are you talking about exactly?"
he asked, gently touching my waist underwater. "You know what I'm talking about," I said. He stared at me with an unreadable expression.
"You haven't... I just assumed..."
I shook my head. "No." I saw his chest rise and fall as he took a deep breath. We were trying to be discreet, but everyone was distracted, so it didn't matter. "It's okay that you can't say the same thing," I said to him. The girl Zoe crossed my mind when I said it, and I did my best to shake the image of her out of my thoughts.
"I can't,"
he agreed.
"And I'm sorry. I had no idea you... But Claire, I haven't since I met you."
"What?"
"I wish I could say the same thing you're saying. There are so many choices I made before I met you that I wish I could take back, but I can't."
"Yeah? But you haven't since you met me? What about Zoe and other girls on the road?"
"What? No, not even close. I don't even get close to anyone."
"No one since you met me?" I asked. He wrapped his arms around me.
"No, and it's still not good enough. I had no idea you..."
"It is good enough," I said. "You're good enough just how you are, right this very second." He stared into my eyes.
"I do not deserve this gift, Claire."
I smiled and held his hands as I pushed away, swimming, playing around in the water. "Well, I don't feel like I deserve you, so maybe we can just be even and both deserve each other." My body was nowhere near his since I had kicked my legs out, but our fingers were still intertwined, and I could have sworn he would have felt the ring by now. I could feel it touching his fingers. He used my hands to pull me through the water closer to him. Noise and action happened all around us, but nobody was talking to us directly, so we just went off into our own little world for a minute. Micah was amazing. He was everything I could ever want in a husband. I loosely wrapped my legs around him as I came near him again. "Sorry if it took me a while to swim back over here," I said, pretending to be serious. I might not be as fast swimming since I'm carrying a lot of extra weight around. On my hand. I was being serious silly and saying the words in a way that Micah knew I was joking around, but I could tell he was perplexed by my statement. He tilted his head at me.
What did you say?
It took a lot of concentration for me to refrain from smiling. I had to stretch my face to get it to wipe off of there. I said, I'm sorry if I'm swimming slow. I'm carrying a big, gigantic rock around on my hand. I'm surprised I didn't sink to the bottom when I jumped in with it.
What are you talking? Oh, wait. Did you...
Micah stuttered as he stared at me seriously, and I could no longer hold back my smile. I grinned and nodded, answering his unasked question.
What? Yes? What? What are you saying yes to?
I smiled as I drew near and said, The ring on your nightstand.
Did you find... There was a note under it.
I know. I moved in the water, wrapping my legs more securely around him. I read the note thoroughly.
And you have it on?
Yes.
Are you marrying me?
He asked, pulling back to stare at me. My smile broadened, and I nodded.
Do I still need to propose to you?
He asked. Not when you already asked, and I already agreed. He pulled me closer.
Are we doing this?
Yes, I said, smiling without hesitation. What are we doing? Ryan asked, coming closer to us and overhearing. Getting married, I said. Me and Micah. I stayed close to him.
Are you really?
Ryan asked.
When? We don't know yet,
Micah said. Yeah, we don't know yet. Epilogue. Micah Lacey. A month later, the wedding. One thing had led to another that night in the pool. As soon as the family heard about Claire's ring, they started asking questions about when and where the wedding would happen. The whole thing was planned that night before any of them left Micah's house. Claire had to call her parents afterward to fill them in on everything. Micah had thought that the earliest she would find the ring would be the following day, so he did not imagine their evening consisting of making fairly immediate wedding plans. And there they were, 1 month later. It was a summer wedding, and they held it out in the middle of nature at a camp that was owned by some of their family friends. The Williams family had property a half-hour outside of town on the Snoqualmie River. There was a large creek jutting off of the river and running through the property. It was a gorgeous, remote, shady riverside spot where people went fly fishing. They planned a morning wedding where they would all wake up early one Saturday and drive out to the river for a sunrise service. It had all gone off without a hitch. They spent a beautiful morning with family and close friends. Micah had a few people there, Aidan and a few of his closest musician friends. On paper, however, the wedding was lopsided. Micah had no family there whatsoever, and Claire had all of hers. The Alexanders had become family to Micah as well, so nothing felt lopsided at all. Her family was already his family, which only made this day that much sweeter. The pastor said a few words in a beautiful short service that took place as the day broke. He said something about it being a new day and a new start to something beautiful. His whole talk was really thoughtful and well articulated, and Micah tried to listen. But today was the day he married the woman of his wildest dreams. She blew Madeline Caldwell out of the water. Claire Alexander was unobtainable. She was out of his reach for so long that this day of locking in their future was absolutely surreal to Michael.
You got married at 6 a.m., Isaac said, patting Micah on the shoulder afterward. Sorry about that. We didn't think about post-wedding stuff when we helped you make these plans.
He winked at Micah and clicked his tongue a couple of times.
What are you sorry for?
Micah asked, not getting it.
You know, it's before noon. Broad daylight. Not that I want to think about you doing that with my sister, but most of the time it's dark and you leave the wedding with your bride. Oh, I assure you I don't care what time it is,
Micah said easily, causing Isaac to laugh.
I like your suit, Isaac said. You two looked great up there. Thank you. I don't have to tell you how much I love her.
No, you don't, Isaac returned, shaking his head.
Cal told me to make sure you were going to take care of her, and I told him not to worry.
Micah smiled and shook his head, thinking about Cal. He was an older gentleman, a regular at the restaurant who always spoke his mind and also loved Claire.
He wanted to fight me when he first found out we were together,
Micah said. Isaac laughed. He put his hand on Micah's shoulder.
He loves you. He ended up saying you would do if Claire had to get married.
Micah laughed.
Oh, I'll do. I guess that's a compliment coming from Cal.
It was, Isaac agreed. He squeezed Micah's shoulder.
I love you. And you know we were brothers before this, Isaac said.
I was thinking about that earlier, Micah returned, nodding. I'm the one who adopted him, Rita said, coming up behind them. I love you like a grandson, Logan Micah Lacey.
He is your grandson now,
Isaac said.
It's official.
I love you too, Bertie, Micah said. They hugged, and as they were still embracing, he saw Claire. She had long since changed out of her dress and was wearing a little white number that consisted of shorts and a top. He couldn't wait to get her out of that. Micah had been waiting patiently for her to finish talking to her cousins, and now it was time for their friends and family to see them off. They would get in their car and go home, where they would spend the next 3 days mostly undisturbed. After that time, they both had to get back to work. But for the next 3 days, it was just Micah and Claire. No traveling, no errands, no work, no phones. He could not wait. She was and would always be the most kind, beautiful woman he had ever known. Grateful was too simple of a word to describe how he felt. Micah had already put his thoughts into words in the form of a song. Music was part of his design, so it was only natural that he wrote a song for this day. It was just a chorus and melody. He thought about singing at their ceremony that morning, but he saved it. He smiled as he saw her walking toward him. "Are you ready?" she asked, knowing they were about to leave. The next 2 minutes were full of goodbyes and well wishes as everyone sent them off waving, shouting, and cheering. There was a car waiting. It was a new car, but it was decorated with old-school wedding decorations, complete with tin cans tied from strings and hanging in the back. Claire held on to Micah's hand the whole time, barely letting go of him, even when it was time to get settled in the back seat. "Why is Josephine in here?" she asked, noticing the guitar. Micah had already planned for this moment. He adjusted in the corner, facing Claire and positioning the guitar on his lap. He began playing a melody. It started as the melody of the song he wrote, but then his notes changed and became impromptu. He leaned back in the corner of the car and played for Claire as they made the short trip back to Seattle. He gave her the soundtrack she deserved. He played notes with his fingers that told a story and tried to emulate how beautiful she was. It was Claire's song, and it came to him on the spot. She cried. She sat there and watched him with a loving expression as huge, silent tears ran down her cheeks. They said nothing for a half hour as the driver took them home. Micah was at home with his guitar, and he was at home with Claire, and the music that came to him in the back seat was natural and beautiful, just like she was. Finally, he sang. The melody again flowed into the song he had written for her. The simple chorus talked about how she was finally his, and how he would love her for longer than forever. It was a love song in its truest form, and Micah knew that he would never share it with anyone but Claire. He was smiling as he shifted and set down the guitar on the seat next to him. They were getting close to his house, her house. Their house. Claire gave him a second to stash Josephine, and then she moved, going to him, curling up to him. Micah, I sat there and watched you just now, and I am speechless. Did you make that up?
I did make it up, he said,
which was obvious since he always wrote all of his songs. I mean, did you make it up just now on the spot? She said, gently kissing the underside of his jaw. Micah could hardly breathe.
The lyrics I wrote a while back. I knew I was going to sing that part to you. Most of the music I made up just now. I was just playing what came to me.
He sat up and kissed her as they pulled into the driveway. He was already planning on carrying her across the threshold. Well, what comes to you is amazing, she said. You are the most talented, handsome, sweet, gorgeous man in the whole world. Am I dreaming that you're my husband?
I hope not.
The end. Thank you for listening to About to Fall, The Alexander Family, Book 3. Written by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Christina Traister. Audio production copyright 2024.